I'm going to also just go ahead and I'm going to turn our videos off just to give us a bit more bandwidth. No real need for that, but I do want to go through a couple of things real quick. And let me, while still here, I'll go ahead and share this and get us semi started. Two pages. There we go. All right, so we'll get that as we go along. So one thing I would like to do is, first of all, welcome everybody to the class. I know some of you have maybe been trying to catch one of these being scheduled. We've had them, throughout the year. They get scheduled, and then if we only have like sometimes we'll have like maybe just one person sign up, and we need a minimum of 3 people to really justify the expense of hosting it and taking the time away to set the days aside to do it. But in any case, we've got a nice class today, and so welcome. I'm glad you have joined us. And what I'd like to do is very quickly, we'll go down the list here, and I'd like you to just give me a real quick, brief thumbnail about, you know, first of all, what part of the world you in? I'm in basically Pittsburgh. I'm in the suburb of Pittsburgh called Oakmont, where they have the U.S. Open every now and then. And so even though my address says New Kensington, it's a weird convolution of right on the edges of the postal zones. In any case, I'm from Pittsburgh. Um, and let me see here. Yeah, you can get a little bit about that there. But I'd like to see a little bit about like where you part of the world you're in, what you do, for your company or agency, what it is that you're looking to get out of the class. Like I just need a refresher, or frankly, I'm just taking this for the continuing education hours, or um, I'd like to find, or I'm brand new to Carlson. I have no idea. I'd like to learn how to use it. All of those, any reason is a good reason. Also, let me know if you are a PE or PLS or any of that kind of stuff, just so I can make sure it gets on your certificate at the end of the class. Um, so let's see what else. Yeah. Oh, and besides just whether or not you've used Carlson before, any other kind of experience, like, hey, I've used AutoCAD for 5 years or 20 years, or I'm brand new to everything, or I use MicroStation. This is all new on this side of the world. So give me an idea about where you sit in that spectrum so that I know how to maybe focus on some things or not have to focus on some others. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with Brian Mayfield. If you'll lead us off, let us know where, who, why, when, and all that good stuff.
Morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
I can.
Yeah. I'm Brian and I live in southeastern Pennsylvania, Team Wawa instead of Team Sheets. Um, and I'm a survey technician. I've been surveying for about 10 years, but I have very little experience with CAD and Carlson, so my boss just decided, to sign me up for this class, and I'm going to try to soak in as much as I can.
Okay, wonderful. Um, so I'm taking some notes here as well. Okay, great. Rich, Randall, how about you? Although, I mean, I know about you, but the other folks don't, because you were in a previous class as well.
Yeah, right, right. Well, I'm from Southern Illinois. Recent hire with our Department of Natural Resources, which is our umbrella agency over our Office of Mines and Minerals. So I'm in a department now that relies on Carlson pretty extensively. And being a new hire, I really don't have any experience with it. So I've got some background in AutoCAD and a lot of years playing around with that in IntelliCAD, but I have zero design experience when it comes to what you have. So I'm really just hoping to pick up as much knowledge as possible, and
Okay.
uh,
Yeah.
help the team down the road.
Okay, great. I will let you know as well. Let's see. And if France joins us, he's also from your group, I think.
That's correct.
And Brian Swisher, you were there as well. And Eric. See anybody else? I think that's so far good. Um, I'm working with Olga a little bit. We're going to set up to actually have about a half day to go over some more sort of drill down deeper type of design types of things. And of course, be after this class and after you get a chance to have some of this stuff soak in. But one of the things that, she and I have been working on and talking about is I think a lot of your, uh, let's say, design efforts, or let's say I'm going to go from an existing surface to I'm going to come up with a proposed or future condition. And she said the usual approach to that is to do it almost entirely from a cross-section perspective. So everything's done based on you cut enough cross sections close enough together, then you can, communicate your design intent by showing what each of those slices are going to look like. And while there's nothing wrong with that, it's a lot easier to do it in the vertical direction than in the horizontal. Um, to do it from surface to surface instead of slice to slice. Okay. Um, but in any case, we'll have a chance to have that discussion at a later date. And it's just going to be your all's group at that point. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
that's awesome.
okay, wonderful. All right, who do we got next? Eric. Uh, yes, go ahead, because you are on the phone. Let's see.
Yes, I'm upstairs from Rich. I'm also with Department of Natural Resources in Illinois, at our Benton office in Southern Illinois. My background is mostly underground coal mining, so I've used AutoCAD and Carlson off and on for probably 20 plus years, doing mine projections and that kind of thing. But I've been out of the game for a little bit, so this is kind of a refresher for me to try to remember how to do some stuff.
Yeah.
I also spent a little bit of time at our Department of Transportation, so I've got a little bit of background in Bentley and MicroStation as well.
Okay.
And the cross-section thing for us, my understanding is that in Illinois, at least, that's the only legal way to define something. That's why we have to use cross sections instead of something that might make more sense otherwise.
Wow, that's really odd. Um, it's just an example of when you put a lawyer in charge of something. Um, I know what the intent is. The intent is to basically get an equal pay basis, for payment for work, excavation and materials and that kind of stuff. And that way somebody decided it was easier to come up with a pay uh, situation that way. I don't know what that is, but
Yeah,
anyway, we'll have that. Okay, so all right, so let's do that. Now, do you all have as an agency or maybe just your department or group, Eric, are you using Carlson mining software?
no, we have civil, survey, and hydro. We don't
Okay.
actually have the mining
Okay.
module.
All right, because that's, there's again, it's a different approach on that side of things as well. And that's because in the mining world, basically your data that helps you define the existing conditions comes out of boreholes, out of drill holes. And one single X, Y, or northern eastern point location where that drill hole is has multiple Z values that define either the top or the bottom of particular strata of different materials under the ground. Okay. So it's like you've got a bunch of repeated points stacked on top of each other vertically. But anyway, the approach to all of that is because of all the multiple surfaces and the multiple strata, is the computational basis is built around gridding or grid modeling, as opposed to triangulation, which is what we're going to be looking at with our class today and tomorrow. So anyway, just to make sure that you're not, straying so far out in the field, because I won't be teaching the mining software in these 2 days at all. So I just want to make sure you weren't looking for that. All right. Frank Suits is with us on our call, but is having audio problems and can't get, he has no microphone available, and I think anyway, he's going to be communicating with us in with chatting. I'm going to try to make sure I can catch all these things when we go along. So Frank, forgive me if I not, there's also a couple of things, if you can see on your in your tools there available, there are some reactions that you can do, like raise your hand or clap or whatever. So anyway, somehow or another, throw a shoe at me to make sure we can get it. So so Frank has, first of all, can everybody see the chat window? Just somebody go ahead and respond to that question. Okay, so you guys can see it. So I'm not going to read you what he says. So because you can see Frank's if he sent it to the group. So from Portland, Oregon, surveyor since 77, or some excavation firm. All right. So, and this is another interesting approach, because you're going to be working on these 3D models, and you're coming from an ag tech background. So that is a competing product to Carlson. It's extremely expensive product too, as far as it used to be. Anyway, I have no idea now, but so anyway, it's a very popular one that helps contractors and dirt movers and that kind of stuff. So the yeah, and your chat text is pretty appropriate there. Yeah, unusually crippled because ag tech is so different from everything else. So no, I see you're afraid you might be in the wrong class because of some of that, but we're really going to be focusing on building these surfaces. But anyway, you can associate that and see when as we go through the class. But it's really intended to produce the same results. You need to know volumes and materials and that sort of stuff between various conditions, between existing and proposed conditions. Now, Carlson makes a competing product called Takeoff, or they also have a Carlson construction suite that is the modular based version of the Takeoff product, which is a standalone product. And it has a similar approach to ag tech. It gathers up all of your three-dimensional defining data based on a list of layer names, and it goes and starts to examine those layers and find things that have elevation, and then decide to incorporate those into a modeled condition. The only difference we're going to be looking at is that we're going to have complete control over what we use for our modeling, regardless of what layer it lives on, and we won't have to necessarily take everything that's on those layers if they're not contributing to the surface definition. Just a slightly different approach. The computations are all still very much the same behind the scenes. So anyway, give that a shot. Now, we do have another class Frank, that you were talking about, it's really probably geared a little bit more toward what you do on a daily basis. Called the class is called the 3D machine control. And it's basically how to prep your data to come up with those files to transfer to machines for automated machine guidance, anytime of the GPS driven excavators, that sort of thing. However, all that really is different from this is that we don't get a lot of exposure into some of the more fundamental tools that you're going to get out of this more introductory class of today and tomorrow. It's going to focus on building those models, and then, how to optimize those models and how to get them onto the excavation equipment. So that really that part of it's just a simple step of, hey, export this surface and these lines, put it on a thumb drive, stick it on the controller, and as they say in England, Bob's your uncle. So, all right. Yeah, and you said you think that the civil or the 3D machine control are good. And that is true. Those will be where you would learn to do that. And particularly if you did like a lot of road work, I would recommend the civil class because it focuses on the development of roads in terms of materials and template design and corridor design, which oddly enough is getting back to what I had mentioned earlier to the Illinois folks. Their approach is cross-sectional based, and so is road design in terms of the civil development approach. But it still takes volumetric computation outside of the road portion of the work, and still works on a vertical basis between one surface to another surface, how much volume is in between those. Whereas the roadway approach does it from a cross-sectional standpoint as well. So anyway, there's just some subtleties there, Frank, just to let you know. The civil one focuses more on roads. The 3D machine control focuses more on just generic grading and earthwork. Okay. And it also gets into that layers-based approach, more like ag tech does than the civil side of things. However, all of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in today's class is information that you would need to know for both of those or either of those classes. All right. All right. So let's move to our next one. Let's see, Brian Swisher.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
I'm with the Illinois Department of Natural Resources. I'm in the Springfield office, mines and minerals. I'm a new hire as well. I'm familiar with AutoCAD, but I hadn't used it for 20 years, so I'm doing a lot of catch up. I've been on the other side of things where I'm actually doing the work instead of designing it, and I've never used any Carlson, so I'm just looking for every little thing I can get.
All righty. Now you Illinois folks, are you on, I think I recall that you're running this on top of AutoCAD or IntelliCAD?
AutoCAD.
AutoCAD, okay. No, I'll probably teach using the IntelliCAD version unless, is there anybody who's not, well, all you Illinois folks are AutoCAD based. Anybody else in the group? What I'm getting at is if everybody's running this on AutoCAD instead of IntelliCAD, then we'll just use that version for the class. There's no need to show a different version, but the IntelliCAD version is a bit more stable. Just generically IntelliCAD compared to AutoCAD, just in general. Nothing to do. It's the same code from Carlson. It's not nothing to do with that part of it. But so let me see who we have. Let's see. Yeah. All right, so 4 of you guys are there. All right, let me ask Brian Mayfield, what are you guys on, IntelliCAD or AutoCAD?
Carlson 2018. I think it's AutoCAD. What did you say, John? Can you hear me? It's a Carlson 2018 Survey Edition.
Okay. And do you know if it's on AutoCAD or IntelliCAD?
I'm pretty sure it's AutoCAD.
Okay. Uh, Frank, how about you? Oh, there you go. I see. Never mind. You said you're the redheaded stepchild. There we go. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll use the AutoCAD version since most everybody has that. And if there's anything specific, I'll switch back and forth between the others. Um, so you can see how it works. But, and in particular, the changes in the new version, like I'm running the 2024 Carlson, as well as on the latest version of both of those products, AutoCAD and IntelliCAD. The IntelliCAD version of that is getting closer and closer and closer to being nearly indistinguishable from AutoCAD. So there's really not, for me, any compelling reason to have to use AutoCAD other than I have it for both, to be able to show both platforms. In fact, I do quite a bit of work in the consulting field, and I'm working on a particular project that we got our survey information in from a survey sub-consultant that was using Carlson. So we got all that, and I got the point files and the break lines, and I built the surfaces and then generated contours to compare that to the contour map that they delivered, because they did not give me a surface file. However, they gave me all of the data that made it. That all compared very well, very nicely. So great, I've got a file that we're using for design. And what it is a series of little roadway rock slides, or not rock slides down onto the road, but the road is giving way on the downhill side and slumping off. So we're having to build back these the geosynthetic reinforced soil retaining embankments, the GRS slope walls. And the stationing along the roadway goes basically in particular increasing order, let's just say left to right across the page. Well, the side of the wall, the side of the road that the wall is on, is, say, on the top part. So if I were to do a profile of that wall along the direction of these increasing stations, then I would be actually looking at the wall from the road side of it, or in other words, from the back side of the wall that would be underground, So what we need to do as part of that wall design is we need to show that wall as essentially an elevation view or a profile view along that wall, so the contractors know how to build it. But that would be as if I'd stepped off the road, went down the hill, turned around, and looked back at the wall. Well, now when I'm doing that, my stationing is going from right to left. And my wall, if I'm going to draw it as a profile or an elevation view, needs to go from left to right. Very simple matter. I need to reverse the direction of the profile, reverse the stationing. Well, doing the work in MicroStation and Open Roads, and the as sophisticated as that whole set of software is, to be able to reverse those profiles, because it's trying to keep all of these dynamic links and everything put together with these data elements and these data dependencies. What you have to do is actually create a transposed alternate alignment that basically takes the alignment you have for your road stationing and reverses it. It flips its direction. But when it does that, it flips the stationing as well. So it still increases in stationing from, whatever direction it's defined it. All right. So then to plot that profile, that's fine. You can do that. But then the stationing doesn't match the real stationing. It's reversed, but it starts it over and it won't let you go backwards. Well, Carlson has a nice little switch in their draw profile command that just said, hey, plot it left to right or plot it right to left. So, I spent a couple of hours trying to beat myself into this microstation open roads kind of approach, because I couldn't imagine. I kept thinking, well, maybe, you should be able to do that, but of course there's not. So the solution then was I just went over to Carlson, popped it open into my IntelliCAD version. Took me, I transferred, I'd exported the XML files for the alignment and the surfaces. And it took me, I'm going to say 5 minutes to get what I needed back out and then just kick it back. And then, so I generated that, I drew the profile, and I just made a new drawing and set it over there, and then went back to MicroStation, loaded the thing up, and it was good to go. So that's how I use this software. So I don't really, I don't have any particular huge need for AutoCAD as a product or as a CAD engine. On a daily basis, the IntelliCAD engine serves me just fine in that regard. So, and in any case, like I said, they're becoming where that is inconsequential. It's sort of the stuff that's behind the scenes, is like in a Wizard of Oz. You don't, ignore the man behind the curtain. So that part doesn't much matter. But if you want to see something, or if we need to switch it over, for Frank's sake, we'll be sure and do that. So, okay. Who else? We're missing France and Camille still, I think. Yes. Okay. Now France, is France Altider? He's with you Illinois folks as well, is he not?
Yeah, I believe he's in our Edwardsville office. We've got 3 locations, Springfield, Benton, and Edwardsville. And I believe he's in our Edwardsville office.
Okay, so when we get to a break point or something, would one of you folks mind trying to see if he's, he
Sure.
may have been called out to and he can't attend it, but it may also be he just forgot. Although I think he got the email. So, but I don't want you guys to be sitting there paying for, a body to be in the class and just speaking to an empty chair. Camille Ferguson, I'll try to track down again on a break as well. I think that brings us complete. All right. So let me put this side here. I'll refer to that. Again, if you haven't already, you can see some of the things that I do, although the this number here, 30 years, is now getting really uncomfortably close to 40 years. In fact, it's just over 40 years now. So I started my career, graduated in 1984 from Virginia Tech. Started my work down in Houston, Texas, working for a really large surveying company that was a sister company to an engineering firm that did mostly roadway design. And we did quite a lot of survey work for control work for aerial mapping projects, a lot of construction work as well. We had to give you a sense of the size of how things were back then. That company had 21 field crews, and each of the field crews were 4-man crews or woman crews. We had some young ladies that were out there as well. Each crew had their own trucks and equipment. So, I mean, it was a huge operation, and they did quite well until they came along. They got involved with that big super collider project that went bust down there in Texas back in the 90s, and nearly gutted the company after that. They've held on and gone back. In fact, I think they got bought out by Prime AE or somebody like that, were the big companies that went around buying up all these other companies. But in any case, that's how I started things. My degree is actually in civil engineering, so I am a PE, not a PLS. I just haven't done a lot of boundary work, but I have quite a bit of experience in the surveying field as well. I do this as a consultant, and part of my consulting is to be a trainer for Carlson. And I do that through MSoft. If you guys sure got to this class via the MSoft link through their hosting the class. Now, the big thing to keep in mind here, though, is this last little statement, that if you ever, just trying to make this highlight. There we go. You can reach me at that email address. You also see in my emails that I sent to you, I've got my email and my phone number. Feel free to reach out anytime you need if you have questions about what we've gone over, or even if it's about something that we didn't go over. Just by virtue of the fact that you are now an MSoft client and were attending a class, you now have access to us for specific technical support. Again, at no additional charge for anything, but you also have that same access to Carlson themselves directly for tech support as well. So anyway, if you just keep that part in mind, and if you, like I said, even if it's months later or years later, and you say, hey, we didn't go over this in class, so I don't want to call and bother. I don't want to do this. Please go ahead and bother me. And if it's something that I can answer with a couple of hours worth of effort, that's fine. That's what we'll do. If it's something that's, if you call and say, hey, I need you to help, can you help us do this project? It's going to take a couple of weeks. Well, then we need to talk about a consulting arrangement, because we can't just dedicate unlimited hours to things, but in general, we have access to that. And if it ever gets outside of that into a chargeable situation, then we'll go into, the proposal / negotiation stage, that sort of thing. All right. All right. So, I'll make sure I'm not behind on our chats. Okay, we're good there. All right. So, what we're going to be looking at as we go into Carlson, there's a number of things. Again, on the more on the introductory side than real in-depth kind of stuff. Although as we go through these exercises and things, you'll get a sense of what that in-depth reach can be, because Carlson software, and a lot of people had criticized this software over the years and thinking, oh, it's just baby software. It's not, it's nothing like Civil 3D. Civil 3D is all big, blah, blah, blah. Carlson is every bit, if not more, sophisticated and capable than these other products. In fact, I just told you the story about how I had to go use it to help me out on another project that I couldn't do very easily with the other software. It's just a matter of knowing where those tools are and how to apply them and how to elevate those efforts into that sort of higher level approach. So we're not just gathering up a bunch of points and hitting the button, say bing, bang, boom, I'm done. A lot of people do that. It's not the right approach. So we're going to learn that right approach. Okay. So what we'll do this next little bit in the book just sort of gives you some ideas. Here's a couple of things here. When you see these little like light bulbs or these little notepads next to some text in your manual, those are some couple of things, either an idea or something to take note of. Those little flags, and we'll talk about those as well. Now, excuse me. So this little bit here. Oh, there's France. Okay. France, welcome, welcome, welcome. If hope you hadn't had too much of an issue getting to us, but glad to have you here. Let me mark you down as being with us. Okay. All right. So what we'll be talking about as we go through it, here's a little bit about how this software works. And here's, without reading this to you, the essence of it is this. We have particular tasks that we need to do as surveyors or engineers, anything like that. And to be able to do that, we know, we approach those efforts and those components from a an engineering or surveying or a contractor, kind of approach. So we know, for instance, what a roadway alignment is. We know what a PC is and a PT and a PI, which is the point of intersection of those tangent alignments. We know that. That's the way we think. We know on a contour map, we know what something is higher than something else just by looking at the contours. We have that sort of ingrained knowledge based on what we do. Now, the computer, however, doesn't know any of that. It just, because it doesn't know or even care when you're running something in the computer and you're drawing something. It doesn't know if you're drawing, the edges and curbs and parking islands in a big parking lot, or it doesn't know whether you're doing that or whether you're drawing dress patterns or whether you're drawing circuit traces on circuit boards. It doesn't know, it doesn't care. It's just putting together geometry. So what the Carlson software does, and indeed other software like that, whether it's architectural design or structural or anything else, is it's basically producing those drawings by asking for our input, asking for the information that we need to give it so that it knows how to go and run it. So in other words, we might say, hey, this point is a PC, that point's a PI, that point's a PT. Go ahead and make that into a road alignment. And then we're going to, the edges of the pavement are 12 feet to the left and 12 feet to the right, down to the 2% slope, yada, yada, yada. But so the Carlson software is asking for it, it's doing that interaction and with us as a user in those terms. But then behind the scenes, it's turning around and handing off to AutoCAD or IntelliCAD the information that it needs. It says, oh, okay, so the guy wants to draw a polyline starting at this XYZ location, going to that location, and now create a tangent arc, with a radius of such and such, so it's doing everything on the CAD speak basis that we don't need to know about or be concerned with. Okay, so that's really how this whole thing works. The Carlson software stands between us and the CAD engine, and the CAD engine is just that. It's just an engine that's putting all this stuff together. So that's really our approach. And then it's, the cleverer approach that the company is that puts together those tools, whether it's Carlson or if it's microsurvey or if it's Civil 3D or open roads, the reward for them is to get people to use their product and buy it, of course. And so that's what we're after, is to make that experience the most I would say the most simple to use, but one that still provides a lot of sophistication. All right, so that's really what that's about. Now, we're going to be talking a bit once we load up the software about how the computer organizes the data. And some of you repeat folks from Illinois, you're going to, I think we've talked about a little bit of that, and we'll go over again just a little bit of that here as well. That's more a question of IT than it is of using the software. But if you understand those options and where they may go, it sometimes makes it easier to keep track of where your information is. So we'll go through some of that, and then we're going to talk about these settings right here. And we'll talk, and there's a few settings that we need to know, and that's going to be in, we're going to spend a little bit of time in here And don't be fooled. This is not just 6 and 6, 12 buttons. Like, these buttons have buttons under them and under them, deeper and deeper and deeper. So, but we do need to know what they do and how they can affect the work that we're doing as we go forward. All right. And then we'll start to talk about this modeling process. And we're talking about using points. And then we talk about surfaces and terrain modeling. And that's really the fundamental basis of everything that we do as we model things that are either already there, and that becomes our existing conditions, or we model our design intent, and that's our future or proposed conditions. And then we can compare one to the other, and that becomes, a volumetric analysis where we can compute how much difference one is to the other and all kinds of ways to come up with that. All right. So we will basically look at that, and we'll talk about some of the rules and how best to model, things like, say, curb structures that you see here in the book, and in general land surfaces, things that will go from there. All right. And then as we step through these are all some exercises and tools that we go through. We'll learn to use that three-dimensional viewer. And it's going to be key to what we're going to do. And then starting on page 37 is it's a nice little workflow that will, and again, it's an exercise, and we'll go through this. This will be, basically when we wind up the class tomorrow, we will have done this. And so this is essentially, we're starting with just a bunch of points, and then we're going to model that, and we're going to see that, it's, say, a stockpile of stone or something. Okay. And then once we get that modeled, we're going to say, take that, and there you can see there's the blue and red contours here. That's that stockpile, the way it looks. And that black outline is, say, we needed to design a borrow pit out of this stockpile because we need some material. We don't know how big to make it or how deep and that kind of stuff. So we learn the tools on how to do that and how to merge those things into, and here you can see that merged borrow pit into the red, which was the original stockpile. And of course, then how to generate, drawn contours. There's your future contours, your proposed contours over top of the existing. And here's an example of those same contours, but the existing contours trimmed out from underneath it, all of those kind of different tools. And then we will design a little haul road, a little access road to get up into our borrow pit. Okay, so we'll learn some of those tools, and here you can see some of these vertical curves in our road design. Okay, now the tools that we're going to use here, our profile editing in this approach, in this class, is going to be with that generic profile editor. But if you have the civil software, there is a road profile editor that gives you a lot more control and sophistication over some different approaches. So it's still the same type of thing. We have an existing profile, we have a proposed profile, and then in this case, we're going to take that proposed centerline profile, and we're going to come back out on our project, and we're going to lay that down on the ground as a three-dimensional polyline. And it's really this part down here. So that's a 3D line. And then we're going to make a road surface by offsetting the road 10 or 15 or however many feet that is, to the left and to the right at a given down slope, but a slope away from the center crown. And then we're going to take all of that stuff and create a little mini surface out of it. And then we're going to merge that into our overall merged surface, which you can see the outlines of here. There's our borrow pit. Here's our access road that comes up, and you can see the fill bank on the downhill side and the cut bank here on the uphill side and how it ties in. Okay, and then that will basically take us to where we are going. Now, I'm going to go back up here to the top and give you another little approach here as to what the book is like. There, you can see a lot of upfront things, but notice if I hover my mouse over it, I get a little fingertip because all of these sections are hyperlinked. If I want to go to this, I look back here and I wanted to review this. So what I want to do about this exercise about adding break lines, you can just go down and click on it, and it's going to take you, right to that part of the manual. So even it doesn't matter. Let's say if I look at my command references on the view menu, I click that and there it is. I'm right to it there on page 68. Okay, so that's all. I hope helpful to help you get through things. The table of contents shows the things that are exercises, the step-by-step that are going to work with the data sets that you downloaded and all that are the ones that are listed in red and have the word exercise in front of them. So it's pretty clever, right? So now what we talk about here in the book, there's a section here called What's on the Menu, starts on page 7, and it talks about the general menus or the general commands, and then the modular menus, which have the more specific commands depending on which Carlson module that you have. Okay. So, and as you can see in these particular things, sorry, let me go back to that. When we talk about this, what's on the menu, these are not, these don't list the commands and show you what they do. They talk in general about what those menus do. So if I look at this, say, inquiry menu under the general menus, if I look at that on page 8, see, there it is. And you see, it's just a paragraph. And then the next menu and the next menu. So it's just a couple of pages telling you about what those groups of commands do. There is, however, one that, and that's why I wanted to point that part out, is that once you get past these exercises here, if you go to the next portion of the book here, there's a command reference, and it's just of the general menus. You don't, it's not, we won't go into the survey commands or the civil commands or whatever. So just file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Let's see if I go to the points menu. Well, here is that points menu, and you can see, all the different commands are listed and shown there. And here's one that's actually the search survey control. I don't know if many people use that kind of stuff anymore as a surveyor, but it will actually go out and find any of these available, say, NGS, National Geodetic Survey, or USGS, or any kind of federal agencies that have these control points that are published. You can bring them in. You see up here at the top of this little map, the tabs that have the actual station name. And the nice thing about all of this is that if you want those points, then you want to know where they are, you're not just getting the data sheet and typing in the coordinates. You just simply click on that tab button there and save the points. And Carlson will take those points and all of that information, and it will do a coordinate transformation, because there's a lot of times they're published in NAD 27 meters. And you're working in, US survey feet in NAD 83. So it does all of that conversion for you and brings them in and makes them part of your coordinate file, so that you can then just go out and use your GPS to go out and drive to it and find out where it is. And again, like I said, a lot of people don't use this type of survey control anymore, because we have, real-time RTK and, all of those things that have sort of made those obsolete. But in any case, that's how that distinction is. These menus on the front here, and again, you can see it's just starts on page 7, it runs through page 9. They just basically tell you what in general are on those particular menus, and then the command reference is where it goes into very specific command by command of all of the Carlson commands that are on those, and explains what they do. Okay, and again, that's almost 20 pages worth of stuff versus 2 on the upper stuff. All right. So, first thing let's do is I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our Windows side of things. And I'm going to go ahead and load up Carlson, and I'll use the AutoCAD version here. So go ahead and do so as well. And when this starts, we're going to just make a new file. Okay, and you can see if you've been working, you've got little thumbnails of various things you might have worked on. But I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to choose this new, and I'll go ahead and sort of go ahead and point it to this Carlson National CAD Standards as a starting point. And so it's going to kick off and go. Okay, then something else got messed up. So it's going to pop me into, now I've already, at this point, I could just say exit and just start working. But just to step through this as a starting wizard, I'm just going to go down here and say, well, let's just say, I'll go ahead and exit that. I mean, because what I want to do is start talking about some settings before we get in too much specific. So I'm going to be there. I've got my layers, my properties. Here's my drawing recovery. I'm going to turn that off. And so, all right, so here's what it is. I've got my layer manager sort of sitting off here to the left-hand side with auto hide, and I just keep that up and floating all of the time. I've got my XREF manager parked over here on the right-hand edge of the screen, and I've got my command line down here at the bottom. And yours may look different. You know, it might be all the way across the bottom, but this is again, a floating palette, and it can be any kind of configuration that you may need. You may also notice that I still have a bunch of tool bars sitting out on my interface. Okay, and that's just because that's my comfort zone. That's where I know where these commands are located, and it makes my productivity a little better if I'm not hunting around for things to figure out where they are. The default for the new software, of course, is to use the ribbon. And so let me see here. Yeah, so if I use the ribbon interface, it's going to have, now notice up here, this top line, file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. Those are the Carlson menus, okay? But down below it, you see what looks like another line of menus, and they're not really menus though. They are titles or headings for a particular type of ribbon, set of ribbon panels that you might want to take a look at. I don't tend to use these ribbons because I know where all of these other things are. They also take up, you know, a good 1.5 inches of my screen that I could use. Actually, it's, you know, getting actually closer to 2 inches. So I'm losing a lot of screen real estate when I see that. Now you can pull down this little guy and tell it to, you know, minimize down the tabs or the titles or to just whatever, and it can save you some space there and as you go along. This interface is actually not bad. It's a nice little interface. It groups all of the typical things together. Like if you're doing grading design, if you go to the grading tabs, well, here are all the things: create and elevate, label a pad elevation, you know, a little help for those. And here's this whole area here under SiteNet. Now you see this SiteNet panel, and this is going to be more like that ag tech approach, Frank. This is where you set the layers that contain elements in the drawing that define certain materials or certain, you know, the elevation of of certain features are on those particular layers. You set a boundary, you set the layers, you hit the go button. So you build right here. So you make existing, make design. And then when you start to do your volumes and your reports, it's just looking at those two conditions. Now that's a site net approach. You won't have that in your survey. So I'm going to switch now to my survey settings. And so now I'm in my points, survey, COGO, centerline. So I know I'm in my survey module and not civil. And so when I'm in this particular one, my ribbon panels could be different. Okay, so I'm looking at these. So here's a lot of point tools in my survey tools. Well, I've got this, coordinate file utilities. The one I'm looking for in particular here is field to finish. Gradings, I still have site net. I don't know why it didn't switch. Let me see if I close that. And I'm going to go back to my settings menu, Carlson menus. I'll go back to survey so it reloads. And then I'll type ribbon again. Nope, it still keeps on that. Particular ribbon. Well, see, that's another reason I don't use the the ribbon interface very well. There is see, this is still the civil based. Try something real quick here under survey. Do a draw field to finish. See if running a particular command would kick in the right ribbon. So, well, I don't know. It might be some flaw that they may have in the ribbons with this new update. So if I go to, let's say, draw field to finish, I'm gonna look at my help system for a minute. And I'm gonna come down here to the bottom. It's on survey menu. All right, so they don't give a ribbon panel. Well, regardless of why it's not showing up out here, I do know, I've seen that it looks like a checkered flag that tells me I'm getting ready to run field to finish. I just do not see whether it is. So there's something wrong with that. So in any case, I'm going to say ribbon close. It gives me an idea to try something real quick. Oops, wrong. Might just be that my AutoCAD version has never loaded the correct menu set. So I'm going to go ahead and open up this other version while we're at it. Now I'll make sure I'm in the survey module. I see that I am. There's draw field to finish. And then if I run the ribbon, yeah, see, there's a survey tab and there's your field to finish and all that kind of stuff. And now if I, so you've got center line, surface. I don't have a grading tab. I don't have a roads tab. But if I switch to the civil, see how it switches the ribbons? That's the way it's supposed to work. So now I've got my roads, my grading, and there's this SiteNet stuff that we looked at earlier. The ag tech approach. If I go back to survey, see, yeah, all right, well, so that's another reason. I might consider, let me try this. All right, so when I turned it off and I switched, now I'm back in the, oh, never mind, sorry. Okay, let's go back to the AutoCAD version. And let's switch to GIS module. Or the hydro module, now back to civil, now back to survey. And if I, wow, okay. It still has the civil ribbons. So those of you who may use that, if your ribbons aren't matching, that's a matter of probably getting in touch with Carlson Tech Support to find out why that's not doing it. It may be something wrong with my specific version. Again, I don't use the ribbons, so I had not noticed that particular issue. And again, when I did show them on the IntelliCAD side, they worked just fine. There's something going on with the AutoCAD side, but in any case, that's I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but let's talk about, some more things with our interface. We've got for those of you that are brand new to CAD in general, we've got a graphic part of our screen, which is where we're going to see things show up that we create, drawn drawn figures and that sort of thing, and we can zoom in and out and pan back and forth. So there's a couple of tricks that we can do. If you have a wheel mouse where there's a wheel in the middle of your mouse, it's the most efficient use of this, is rolling the wheel back and forth is going to zoom in and out. If you press and hold the mouse wheel down like a mouse button, press it in and hold it, and now move the mouse, keeping it held, that's going to pan the drawing without changing the zoom level, but let you go to a different part of the drawing. And again, rolling the wheel. And it also, if you double click the wheel, like it's a button on the mouse, it's going to do what's called a zoom extents. Okay, so some shortcuts there. There's also some shortcuts I'm going to open up. Actually. Through the interface here a minute. So I'm going to open up a file just so you can see. So another trick that you can do with the wheel on your mouse, besides panning, zooming, and double clicking to zoom extents, is if you hold the shift key down on the keyboard and then you use the wheel again like a button. It's like you're pressing down the left or right button, but you're going to press and hold the wheel and keeping the shift key down on the keyboard. Now push the mouse, then you can let it up and go back and, get a new starting position. But you can see what it's doing is it's letting me just in real time sort of spin this thing around so I can look at my drawing elements that have elevation to make sure I don't have a big spike in something somewhere, or maybe I've got, say, what I thought was the edges of say a parking lot or a building or something on the ground, but maybe it's sitting, 10 feet below ground, that kind of stuff. So it lets me take a look at all of that information. Now I happen to be flipped over upside down. There we go. That's back to where my perspective is. And again, when you're finished looking around, just let the shift key and the wheel button up. And again, it's still zoom in and out, pan, double click to zoom extents. And of course, we have this guy over here in the upper right-hand corner, which is called a view cube. Sometimes, you'll use that to sort of orient yourself. And it's got some other controls underneath it, the world coordinate system or whatever one might be in place. There's what you can set a particular home position. So if, you're viewed all around here and let's see if I can turn it like this and then go back. If I come up here and just hover the mouse, it's going to pop up. I'll hit home and that's going to go back to where the unrotated, well, it is rotated, but it's where I can set this home position that I can refer back to. And then I'll just hit my top button and come up to here. Okay. So there's some other things. There's a close button over here if you don't like to see it. So it just some things about the interface that can help you as we go along. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and close this back off and I'm going to go back to our little starting drawing here. And we're going to talk about some settings. I'm going to do a command. I'm going to type this command here called erase. And it asked me, now notice down on my command line where it's asking me to select some objects. Now I can select a number of ways, but for right now, I'm going to just type the word all. So select everything. I've found 3 objects. Read the line up above here. It says, that's where I typed all. It said 3 are found, and it's still asking me to select objects. So I could go back or unselect or go back and select others, etc. When you're finished selecting, just hit enter to finish, and it will go ahead and then run the command. All right. So now I've got a completely blank, free, empty drawing, except there's other things that have already been happening and set in this drawing. And If I go to my layers command, again, mine is floating over here on the left-hand side, I can pop these layers up, okay? If you don't have yours showing over there yet, it's going to be found on the view menu and this thing called layer control. So when you choose that, it's going to pop up, or you could type the command layer at the command line and hit enter, all right? And so now you're going to see a list of the layers in your drawing. Now, mine are probably going to be different than yours unless you started with the same drawing template. But you see all of these different names of layers and all the different colors. And I'm going to say all the different line types. There's not too many different. There's a dashed line. Everything else is continuous. And there's some hidden dashed, but in their center two, so that's what has happened here is that somebody at some point beforehand has gone into this file and created all of these different layers, assigned these colors, these line types and line weights, all of the different things that it's going to preset. And I notice I've got a couple of layers that start with a G. So those are general layers. I've got a bunch of things that start with a C. Those are my civil layers. And that represents, in the National CAD standards world, that represents proposed or design type of information is going to live on these individual different layers, okay? Survey would be, because what we typically do in a survey world is we're out there observing things that exist on the ground. So those things that already exist, so that's going to be our existing conditions, typically, or, as a general line of thought. And those layers are going to be prefaced, and there are none in this file, but they typically would be prefaced with a V dash. V for survey. The reason it's not S is because when they were putting all these things together at a national committee level, the structural engineers got in line ahead of the surveyors, so they claimed the S. So survey got to be V, civil got C, architects get A. And so they're just pre-built lists of layers that are, it's very convenient to not have to go and set up a layer name each time you want to do some work. So that's going to, and we'll talk about how that happens. And this is all controlled by a drawing template that is used when you create a new drawing. Your organization or your company would typically have one that's used most of the time, or a lot of people might do the same approach as they'll open up a drawing and say, hey, everything was, I spent days and days trying to, get this particular drawing just right, one that you just finished, last year, and everything was predefined in that, and you thought, well, that's great, I'm going to use that. So they'll load up that old drawing, and then they'll immediately do a file save as and use that as the name of the new drawing. And there's nothing wrong with doing that, other than it could be if you forget to do the save as and you do some changes and you hit save, you've saved back to the original file. So just, keep in mind how you're doing that. The better approach would be to save those drawings as templates and then use them to get you started, okay? So even though this drawing that you're seeing here is visually empty, there's nothing drawn in it, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. There's all of these layers that have been defined. There are text styles that have been defined. Here's one called standard. In fact, that's the only one. And it's using a particular font. I would typically make that annotative in general. So, in any case, there's a lot of stuff that you can pre-build and use to get things started, and those are going to be done in your drawing templates. All right, so we're just going to now play around with a bunch of different things. If I go into my, I'm going to go back to my start tab up here. I'm using the tabs at the top. And I'm going to go down to my new pull down, and instead of using these Carlson National CAD standards for civil, I'm going to go to browse templates, and I'm going to choose, you see, I've got AutoCAD named plot styles, named plot styles 3D, AutoCAD 3D, ISO, et cetera, et cetera. There's civil demo, Carlson 22, 23, 24, map book templates. There's the one that I just used, but there should also be there's some architectural ones, map book. There should be a Carlson National CAD Standards Civil Survey combination. I don't see it here. Let me see. The Carlson National CAD Standards Civil. LM. Yeah, I don't see, but you can see here's like the architectural. And if I use that to get my work started, notice it looks completely different. I'm going to go ahead and exit that wizard. And I see that I've got what looks like a title block. You know, here's part of what was pre-built in this drawing. Okay, and that would be down here at the bottom, this thing called a D size layout. If I choose the model tab, that's going to put me back in the drawing, the graphics part of the screen in the model. And if I look at the layers here, you see I've got just some A dash layer names. I don't have all those C's. Okay, so I've got some things completely different. If I look at my style command, you're going to see a style called Roman, which uses this Roman simplex font, and one called Standard, which uses Arial. That's basically a couple of them. Some of these you'll see with hundreds of different text styles. Just depends on what you want to get started with, okay? So using templates is a pretty good approach. If I do this over in IntelliCAD, for instance, if I do file new using a template, I've got a different set of templates. I've got National CAD Standard Civil. There's one for survey only, and here's one for civil and survey. So if I choose that one to start with, and I'll just exit that. And now I look at those particular layers in comparison. And you see now with my layers, there's my C layers, all the civil. Notice all the colors are green in this particular one. And I come down here and you're going to see it switched to, there's some general layers that are blue or cyan, and the V layers, those are the survey layers, and they're red. So that helps us visually see if the things we create are assigned to those layers. And they have if one of their properties is that their color is a special color called by layer, that means it's going to inherit the definition of the layer. So again, these are just things that we're going to use to help us get things started, okay? These drawing templates, I'm not gonna save anything there, and I'm just gonna put this down. So that's on the IntelliCAD side of things. The IntelliCAD side or the AutoCAD side, same thing. Now, all of those starting templates, and that's not to try to push you into going out and trying to use these Carlson templates, because usually, and if you understand template philosophy and the concept behind using them, then your company is going to have either a particular set of standards or um, preferences that you want to go ahead and preset every time you start a new drawing. And again, like I said, if you've got a drawing that has been set up to where everything is the way you like it, you can go ahead and open that. In fact, I'll go back to this one. Let's say this was one and I had, my layers at this point are, and you'll see these layers are different. They're not the same as the C dash and the V dash and all of that, but everything's like I liked it here. And so if that would be the case, so one thing I might do is just select all of the drawn things in here, unless I knew I needed to start each drawing with that stuff drawn, and maybe erase it. But then I would go to File, Save As, and when I save as, I would pull this Save As Type down, and I would change it to an AutoCAD drawing template. And the only difference is here, if I can do it here and choose this, you can go ahead and do that. And when you do that, it's going to, then you would, navigate over to a location wherever those templates are going to be stored. There is a particular location where by default is where they store, but that's where you could do it. The other thing is that people don't realize, notice when you choose that drawing template as a file type, it goes from a DWG extension, which stands for drawing, to a DWT extension, which stands for drawing template. And that is the only difference between those two types of files. A DWG can be, you can go over here into, into your file explorer and open up, well, let's see. I will just show you where we're working. Carlson projects, and here's our fundamentals class, our data set. And if I take this particular file and I wanted that to be a template, all I have to do is, sorry, I double clicked it. All I'd have to do is, I can copy that, put it anywhere I want, but then if I rename it, all I have to do is change that DWG to a DWT, and that's what makes it into a template file. And then I would put it in a particular location where AutoCAD is looking for those templates to be pulled from. And that's in your support folder. But again, that's sort of outside the concept of what we're talking about here. Just understand that however you approach this, you can set up, a lot of your startup work using those drawing templates. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is, well, first of all, we're going to take our little 15-minute mid-morning break, but then we're going to come back and talk about these settings. So I'm going to go to my settings menu and I'm going to choose Carlson configure, and that's going to bring up this, and this is where we're going to look at things like general settings, and we've got survey settings and all that. So we're going to come back to this after our break and start pushing into what these means. And we're going to stop and go out and try drawing a couple things and seeing what effects they're going to have on the behavior of the software. Okay. So we'll come back to that after a break. Go ahead and let's be back here, say at a quarter till, and that'll give us 11 or 12 minutes. We can get us another cup of coffee, make a few phone calls, etc. All right. So I'm going to, first of all, stop the share. And then when we come back, I will reshare, so you'll see that come back up, and I'm going to pause our recording here. If I can, there it is. I'm gonna pause. And we'll go from there. Let's go to the settings menu now and choose Carlson configure. And we're going to talk about a couple of things that we need to set and to understand what their settings mean, because they will have an effect on things if they're different. And just because, and it's particularly if you're working in a multi-user environment, whatever your settings are might not match somebody else's settings. And you could conceivably both be working on the same drawing file, but under your own particular Carlson installation. And so whatever the settings you have are in play as you're working, and then that gets handed off to somebody else, and whatever settings they have are in play when they're working. And so you don't know exactly, how things were set. There's some behaviors of certain data elements that change based on those settings. And that's what we're going to explore a bit of here. Okay, so a couple of things to talk about in terms of these settings. I'm going to start at the bottom and work my way up. All right, is that first of all, the very bottom row of 4 buttons, exit, help, load, and save as. You're going to see things like that on a lot of dialog boxes, almost all of them, where you are able to load and save a particular set of settings. So instance, if I've, taken a couple of hours to set up my layer names and text sizes and styles and colors and all that kind of stuff for when I'm working on, say, a PennDOT job, I may get everything just right, and I'll hit the save button, and I'll save that off on the computer that I can load up again later. Well, then maybe I've got a different set of requirements if I'm working on my local, project team here with City of Pittsburgh or Alcosan or any of that kind of stuff, any projects that will be different, then I would load those up. So then when I go back onto a PennDOT job, I don't want to spend the same number of hours setting all those settings up. I can just hit the load button and that takes care of it for me. So when you do that at this level, the save as button, if you watch when I save this as here, I'll just call it class settings, and it's going to go in, actually, I'm going to put it in just in my settings. Yeah, I'll just call it this. And I'll save that. Now watch what happens when this comes up. It's going to tell me that, all right, I saved 56,903 settings. Okay, now I didn't sit around and go set all 56,903 settings before I did this, but those are the things that are in play right now. And then that way I can, if I change something else, I need to go back to it, I just load them up. Okay. So use those to your advantage when you're setting stuff up, and you get a certain set of settings that, every time I do a storm sewer profile, I want, this particular definitions of layer names and colors and assignments and text sizes and placements of labels and things like that. So I would save those off, and load them up as I need them. All right, so the next 2 buttons above that, you got takeoff / sitenet settings. You got localization settings. We'll talk about localization first. Now that is not, for those of you coming out of the field, in the survey world, that's not a localization like localizing your GPS receivers. What this means, and you know, the Carlson software can do software localization or hardware localizations on projects. It's not so much this software as it is the Serve CE or Serve PC that does that. But in any case, what this localization means is it lets you switch to make it locally specific set of settings and defaults. Okay, so if I switch to a different language, and if I switch to here, I've got you know, my drawing setup, my code design, my minimal length, my all of these different particular categories, and then I can give it different values, whether it's metric or English, and how it's going to start and sort of localize. So it's much like this load and save as, except it takes care of it for me when I switch languages. It switches that different set of localizations. All right. I'll be honest with you, I don't know anybody who has ever used that. I've never had to use it, but you know, it's up to you. Like I've done some work in Canada in the metric system, but I usually just, you know, I'll switch that over as I need. I don't set up a localization. So, but anyway, it's there if you do need it. Takeoff and SiteNet settings. If I look at that, these are, again, this is, Frank, in particular for you, this is sort of the ag tech approach to things. And you're giving it a set of default conditions on how to do your surface modeling and how you're going to do these. You can assign, say, let's just do these so you can see. Make those, say, all right, now what I've done here is, and this is only available with takeoff. It's not available even under civil, which uses SiteNet, because it doesn't have that functionality, but the settings are done here. And what this means is when you are creating under SiteNet or takeoff, those two little named surfaces, one called existing, one called design. When you assign certain things in the drawing to be existing and certain things to be design, and then you don't assign other things to be anything else, they are what's called other, then they take on these colors instead of the colors of the layers that they live on, just these specific colors, if you have this checked on. And also, though, you could tell it, in addition to that, if it doesn't have an elevation, and it would need to have an elevation, whether it was existing or design, but not other. Other is always ignored. But either of these two things, if they did not have an elevation, they would show up red. So that lets you see at a glance things that you have to give elevation information to before you do your modeling. Okay, so it's just a nice little sort of heads up kind of way to approach assigning these elevations. Down here on this bottom portion is where you see these suffixes that go on the ends of these surfaces. You've only got the two conditions. You've got original, or as they say in their programming here, original ground, and you've got design surface. So those all create surfaces that are the same name as the drawing file name is. So if my drawing is called, you know, IBM parking lot design, then I'm going to get a set of surfaces called IBM parking lot design dash OG dot TIN and IBM parking lot design dash ZE dot TIN. So these are all just name suffixes that define these particular conditions. All right, so we're not going to worry about getting into all that. That's just a way that it creates the material thicknesses and depths along our through our areas of interest that we're working. All right, so that's what that particular settings are for. And again, you just set these and basically leave them. The next two things, mining notes, where these are your, what do they call these, Eric? These are things like when you're putting stops in as you're going into your drifts. And I don't recall. It's been so many years since I've, yeah, there it is, your SPAD numbers and all of that. So that's basically you're assigning layer names for those things to live on and sizes, etc. All right, nothing we need to worry about at all. Mining settings, same type of thing. It's basically this strata calc settings up at the top. And these are just things that control how the gridding process works when it's calculating the various different strata underneath the drill holes. Okay. And then you've got, key strata, non-key strata. You got general settings, a key material name. Like right now it just says key, but maybe that's coal, or maybe that's uranium, or maybe it's limestone, whatever you're dealing with. Okay, so again, stuff you set up in the mining, we don't need to worry about. Section and profile settings. Now these in particular for you Illinois folks, since you do a lot of work with sections, this is going to be where you can set some of this stuff up, but it's not, if you look at this, it really has nothing much to do with a cross-sectional design. You're setting the eye height and the object height for a driver to be going down the road, sees an object of a 6-inch object on the ground from sitting in a car at 3.5 feet tall, and it's used that to calculate adequate sight distances along our roadway design. And that's the only section part that it's doing here is for a roadway cross section. The station type, again, is just whether your locality has a different particular type of stationing. We typically have a 1 plus, an X plus 0 in terms of our stationing. If we were metric, it would typically be, X plus 3 zeros. Sometimes we use it without the pluses. So that's just a matter of preferences for creating the stationing. Now, again, it's not to station, like if you label a center line and you put the station on that, this doesn't have anything to do with this. This is where the stationing goes when you are drawing cross sections and profiles. Okay, so that's what that part's for. All right. The hydrology settings, again, you don't need to worry about that, but you can see what that's going to do is whether or not it computes slope based on center to center or wall to wall, this actual pipe length, et cetera, because there's a completely different set of numbers that you'll get based on that. Your rainfall methodology, the storage capacity format, whether you're going to use those or use SEGCAD, et cetera, et cetera. Your sewer pipe length, whether it shows the horizontal length or it's always using the actual length. So, and you can see these examples above, the 100 linear feet at 2%, because the 100-foot pipe, that's our horizontal distance, but the slope distance is 100.2. Now, this is a bad example down below. They're showing a 96.02 slope distance, and the horizontal is 100. That it shouldn't be working that way. Slope distance is always greater than that distance, although it could be, that's the actual pipe length, so that's wall to wall. So maybe that's okay. Maybe it's legitimate. But anyway, that's how you set those particular default conditions under hydrology. So meanwhile, we've gone through all of that with nothing to worry about the way it's going to affect us in particular. Next thing to do is look at the survey settings. And this is starting to get into things that are going to affect us. We have, first of all, at the top is that CG survey menu. You can see that there is none, compact, and expanded. And all that means is whether or not you want to see, for instance, I'm going to go ahead and say compact, and I'm going to okay and exit just to show you this. You don't have to do this. But when this resets these menus now, and so I'm still in my survey menu because I see after points, I've got this menu starting, but I go over here and I now have this menu called CG survey, and I've got file commands, I've got traversing commands, I've got coordinate geometry commands, drawing commands, file management, topo computations for surfaces, different tools, or I could go into full mode. Now, what that is CG survey was the old Coward and Goodman survey system that was so popular back in the 80s and 90s. Almost every surveyor in the world used it. Carlson actually bought that company for the express purpose of getting their least squares network least squares adjustment algorithm to add into the Carlson software. And so when they did that, they wanted to make it easy for people who were existing C&G customers to make the transition to Carlson. So that gives them access back to that other C&G survey system by a use of a subset of menus. If you go to the full menus, you would see all of the full menus that the C&G software had in it across the board, and it just runs right inside of this, just like Carlson does, right beside it without any kind of conflict. Okay, so that's what that's there for, but it's not terribly often used. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my Carlson configure. I'm going to go back to my survey settings, and I'm going to turn that from compact to none. I don't even need to have it showing out here. So when we go exit again, that menu is going to disappear. All right, now the next one. When I'm doing coordinate geometry commands and I'm computing point locations, and I'm doing so by running traverse commands or side shot commands, how do I want my default angle mode to start out? Well, I typically always put in angle right. Now I can at any time always override that, put in an azimuth, I can use it to whatever. In fact, you can have it prompt you, but because I typically always are looking for angle right, I don't want to have to answer the prompt. I'm just going to preset it. It can perform geodetic lat long transformation if you want, on or off, or on a per drawing basis. You can show the occupy and backside points number down on the status bar. And that's something I'll show you here in just a second. Automatic raw file on, automatic line on. What that means is when you're doing these commands, and if you use traversing commands to compute a point, the automatic line on will draw from your currently occupied station to the newly created point because it was traversed to. So it will draw line work between those 2 points into your drawing. But when you are computing side shots, it does not create lines for side shots. Okay, so this is just a way of having it automatically draw lines. The automatic raw file, oh, I apologize. I see that there is a chat thing going on here. What have we got that I've overlooked here? Oh, Frank, these only apply in takeoff. Yeah, I'm sorry, Frank, I missed your text coming in earlier. So, but those settings, yes, for the takeoff and site net settings, it's only the color settings of that dialog that apply to takeoff or the construction module, and don't apply to the others. But But SiteNet is something that is available in the civil module. It's sort of a mini takeoff. However, if you're running civil and you're doing everything through SiteNet, you don't have access to those colors, even though you can define them and set them in the settings. And that is, let me come back out of this. This is the takeoff SiteNet settings. It's these colors up here. All of these other things down here using the binary format, whether you're going to extrapolate out to the perimeter, whether you're going to draw these surfaces based on this, reducing these different settings, these all still apply to SiteNet as well as to takeoff or the construction module. Now, none of these things have any effect on what you do if you don't use those commands. If you're not in civil using SiteNet commands, or you're not in the construction module using the takeoff commands. Okay, so, but they're there for settings sake. And again, they're just default conditions. Anytime you run a particular command, you have the option at that point to change those settings or to define them as you go forth, and they'll stick until you change them to something else. This is just a way to get things set up to start with. Okay, so hope that got that. Yeah, she said understood. Good. All right, so now back to our survey settings. The automatic raw file on means, again, anytime you are computing point locations by using coordinate geometry commands, anytime you're doing a traverse or a side shot computation, or a say a bearing distance intersection, any of those survey type computations, this automatic raw file being on means anytime you run the command, it automatically loads up this raw file, which is sort of like a data collector file, if you will. It tracks all of those things as if you were, out there on the ground. You're sitting at this point, you're backsliding that point, you're turning your angle right, and you're going a slope distance and all of that. So that gets created in that raw file, and sort of like a spreadsheet, which lets you go back and edit the data in case there's a problem with the data. You don't have to do everything all over again, just fix the problem. Then this lets you go ahead and, do all your computations, but you may have had one particular entry wrong somewhere. So you go and fix it and reprocess that raw file so that it doesn't screw up all of those other computations. And that's just a switch that says, anytime I run a traverse or a side shot command, I want you to make sure you are writing into that raw file. Otherwise, if you leave it unchecked, then when you run it, you have the option at runtime to decide whether you want to do it or not. Okay. Automatic point object snap on. That's something that I find very useful to have, and I'll show you what that means when we get into using our points, as to how that works. And you can decide whether that's something, but it's something to be aware of, these snapping. And if you're not real familiar with CAD snapping, which you typically would have a running object snap, usually endpoint. And I usually have endpoint and midpoint. Sometimes I'll turn circles center on. So the problem is that when you're dealing with points, and those points have symbols, you can accidentally snap to the geometry of the symbol and not get the actual center of the point unless you turn all of those other snaps off and turn your node snapping on, and then you can grab it. Or if you have this one, this is an additional point snap that Carlson provides, and you'll see what it does when we get into those points. Okay. The automatic compare drawing points with coordinate files. So if you've had a coordinate file that points are being created in, that's associated with your drawing file, and you've drawn those points into your drawing, or some of them, it's going to, if you have that switch on, every time you open that file, it's going to read those point locations in the drawing, and then it's going to read the point information in the coordinate file and compare the two and give you a report that says, hey, these don't match. Do you want to fix that? Okay. I don't find it necessary to do that. We'll talk about that when we get into the points a little bit later, because points are, I'm going to say points are not, first of all, they're not required. Okay. But they tend to be used a lot more heavily by surveyors than they do by engineers, for instance, designers that are doing grading design or, excavation work, contractors. They tend to work in things of the actual geometry. And surveyors, though, tend to work in terms of the locations of certain feature points and certain feature locations, and then use those locations to help create those geometries, right? It's a subtle distinction, but anyway, that's there. So I don't generally deal with a lot of Carlson points in my work. In fact, I've done some rather large projects, never having used the first Carlson point in the project at all. I've got one that had hundreds of drawing files in it, a big drainage system, big drainage network for a big school campus. And it was like a 2.5-year project, not a single Carlson point, but it was really an extensive project. So that's there. I don't generally have it, but if you're a surveyor and you want to make sure that points haven't shifted between the coordinate file and the drawing, you might want to turn that on. So every time you open the drawing, it takes a look at it and gives you a report that tells you about it. Okay. Automatically checking Carlson community for missing symbols. If you have points that have a definition that had a particular symbol for that point, and then for whatever reason, you don't have that block defined in your drawing, that graphic block that draws that symbol, then you can have it automatically go out and check Carlson community. And, it would help you recover those missing symbols. All right. Then enabling the transparent point commands. Now, those are these commands over here. I can't show them to you until we're off of this dialogue. But if you look all the way over on the far right of my screen, you're going to see down at the bottom strip, there's that little, looks like an XY arrow, and then there's an XYZ, and then there's a curve and a line. That's a station and offset. The one underneath there is a bearing intersection, so you can see where there's like a tangent push up to a tangent push, and they meet at the PI. The other down here's one that means the centroid of an irregularly shaped area. You can see actually the bearing intersection is down here. The bearing or the distance intersection, there's your two circles. Then there's a bearing distance intersection above that, and there's a point filter. So those are your transparent point commands. If you want to use them, now they're on the toolbar. You can always use them on the toolbar, but this also means if you turn this on, you can type them in on the keyboard just by using I think it's a single quote, like a foot mark in front of a 3-letter abbreviation. Not exactly sure how you trigger that up, but anyway, that allows you to do that. But you can still do that accordingly. LDT fieldbook codes, again, that's Land Development Desktop, which was a very popular system for many, many years. And it lets you assign those as fieldbook collector codes to be able to use with your points coming in and your processing. Okay. I think that's probably about all we need for that. And then the surface settings, we look at that one next, is going to bring up some settings that are in play for when you compute terrain models, when you compute surfaces. And again, a lot of it has to do with this grid. You see these specified grid resolutions, number of cells, dimension of a cell, or search radius, maximum samples, all of that deals with when you are working with gridding. And I'm going to suggest you don't burden your brain with trying to even worry about remembering any of that, because it's rare that we do grid surface design, because triangulation is now, you know, the computers are now fast enough that they can compute triangulated surfaces and go between them. Grids were much faster to compute in the old days when computers were sluggish, but now we're in good shape. We don't have to worry about doing those at all. I would make sure you have the saved grids using binary format on. There's no need to have on simplified differences 10 to reduce the file size. Your computer can handle it. But these bottom three, you do want those on. Track the 10 history, include the detailed source data, and track the surface data changes. A 10, by the way, for those who might not be aware, that stands for Triangulated Irregular Network. That's basically your terrain model. But those three things have to be on for you to be able to track the changes that you may have made direct edits to those files. I don't generally make direct edits to my files. I usually like to go back and fix the data that caused the problem in the surface, rather than going and fixing the surface after the fact. Because if I do some other kind of change to it, I have to remember to go back and redo that little edit that I made to the file. So again, I don't work that way. I tend to work by looking at my surface and making sure that there's a problem with it. Instead of editing triangles, I'll fix the data and recompute the surface. But that's just me. All right. So I'm going to say okay to that. And the last four are the ones that are going to sort of affect how this thing operates and have some direct bearing on our work. And so we've got things, I'm going to show you what they are here at first, and then we're going to go through them separately. I'm going to look at my project data folders. And right now, these are the three different means of storing your data. Right now, for the class purposes anyway, let's make sure it's setting on drawing folder, okay? And then you can just hit okay and come out of that. We'll come back and talk about that in just a minute. The startup settings, if I click that, this is where we tell it a set of behaviors that happen when we start the program, not when we open a file, but when we start the program. It's going to use, by default, a particular template name, this one called Carlson 24. You can, of course, browse to go out and find the one that you've used yourself. And then it's going to ask you, well, where do you want your project folder to live by default? Well, that's where I'm going to start storing things, but I'll have subfolders under that. A profile name, and this is a CAD profile that you can save and edit. And then some command switches. There's a /no logo. Now, these all get set by your installation when you install the software, okay? Which AutoCAD product to run. It will be, you know, whatever you have installed, and it will find that and you can choose which one to run on, okay? So, yeah, again, just some starting behavior. It tells you it was updated successfully. Then the drawing setup. This means what happens when you create a new drawing by default. So I want to choose to be working in English units, and the English units I'm going to use are US survey feet, at least until next year. They're supposed to switch to international feet. I'll believe it when I see it. I think it's going to cause more problems than it's going to solve, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And that's going to be driven by the surveying community more so than anybody else. But the whole problem comes about with the fact that the Americans won't use the metric system. But anyway, that's the deal. All right, and then we're going to set a particular starting scale for drawing and a vertical scale. So if I'm using a 1" equals 30-foot horizontal scale drawing, if I have a profile or a cross section that I want to do that has some vertical exaggeration in it, if 1" equals 6 feet vertically, 1" equals 30 feet horizontally, that means it's going to be a 5-time vertical exaggeration. Okay, so that's where that gets set. And again, even at command time, you can change all those. The size of my symbol, the size of text, the line type scalar. Now this still doesn't link exactly correctly. You have to keep changing this, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. But there's a couple of numbers and a couple of keywords here to look for. In this case, I've got this symbol size and text size. Now, you would think, well, what is that? Is that 1/10 of a foot? And if it's 1/10 of a foot at 1" equals 30 feet, then that means a tenth of a foot is, I didn't even do the math, how much ground distance that is, well, the ground distance is 1/10 of a foot. So how tall would that be on paper? But what this is when you are asked for symbol sizes and text sizes, almost universally, and there are just a couple of exceptions, and they're buried pretty deep, but almost universally, that's asking you for the paper size of your text and your symbol. So, and you'll usually see the word symbol plot size or text plot size, or sometimes you'll see this word scalar. So sometimes you'll see symbol size scalar or text size scalar or line type scalar. And those two conditions, the word scalar and the word plot, when it's asking you for that information, should tell you to think, that's paper inches. So I want a 0.1 inch or 1/10 of an inch tall symbol, and I want 8/100ths of an inch tall text. So just under 1/10 of an inch text. And that's what that's saying there for. Okay. And again, just default. Now, below that, our line type scalar, this gets into some weird legacy things that Carlson has based on some limitations that AutoCAD has in terms of scaling line work. And I don't mean AutoCAD versus IntelliCAD. They all have this if they're using a DWG format. And they scale these line styles, the patterned lines, get scaled by that line type scale factor. And other CAD systems, MicroStation, for instance, or other things, ArchiCAD, they have a completely different approach to line styling. In fact, those systems they can produce a dashed line even on 3-dimensional line work. AutoCAD cannot. Even though you tell it, I want to use a center line style that looks like a solid line, a gap, a dash, a gap, a solid line again, that will only ever show up that way if it is a flat 2D line. As soon as it has 3D, and I don't mean simply elevation, as soon as it has non-level elevation information, even if it's assigned a particular line style, will always show up as a continuous line. So that's one of those issues with line styles. Now, Carlson got around some of that in the early years by being able to produce what looks like a line style, by basically taking that original solid line from start point to end point and breaking it up into individual pieces of things that sort of, you know, built the pattern on the ground. Very inefficient, but it got the job done before AutoCAD was able to even do particular line styles. And it was all based on the LT scale, the line type scale, being set to the same number as that drawing scale. Like in our case, 1 inch equals 30 feet. But when you do that, then a line style that if you're using using an AutoCAD line style instead of letting Carlson create it, then it makes it 30 times too big. They typically tend to need to stay at a line scale of 1. So that's just something you're going to have to get in the habit of checking all the time, because when you change the scale of the drawing, it's going to automatically change that line type scale. So just keep an eye on that, and it's just one to look for. All right. Now, the symbol name, again, the default thing, you know, what do I use for a symbol? And I can choose my little set button over here, and I can see I've got these points. They'll come up here in a second. So there they are. And I've got SPT9, which is this one right here, this plus mark. That's my default symbol that I'm using based on right here that you see the SPT9. Now notice in this symbol chooser, you don't forget, you've got all of these different categories that you can have, and you can make your own, but there's all kinds of different things. Like if we're doing inlets and manholes, I can switch to that, and you can see now these are all symbols that get drawn and placed in the drawing at a single point location. Okay, and it's usually, and it's at the center of those symbols, or in these case of these inlets, for instance, it's like the back part of the structure as to, you know, where they go. Okay, so those are things that you can easily overlook and forget, and that's pulling down this category and finding, there's plenty of things for you in each of these categories. So there's a lot of richness there. Now, remember, one of the things that we said under survey settings was to automatically contact Carlson Community for missing symbols. And that's this down here, this Carlson Community. If you are connected to the internet and you're running this, if I choose that Carlson Community, did I click it? I did. Really? Come on, AutoCAD. Let me try it in the IntelliCAD version. Let's see, that would be change that symbol name and choose set. Down here's this Carlson Community. Yeah, see, it pops right up into the Carlson Community where you've got all of these categories, subcategories. You can start looking for the names of things. There's icons and a list, all of these different type. Again, here's some mining symbols. There's a haul truck 3D. So, you can go out there and find these. Here's some survey points. So if I go to survey, I've got Brady Banbury, whatever that is, setback SCC. So these are all little blocks that you can go ahead and get from this Carlson Community and make them part of your drawing. That's what that setting was for. Don't know why it didn't come up on the AutoCAD version, so I'm not overly impressed with that. But anyway, that's what that's for. And that's what it's talking about with these symbol and symbol sizes and such. Okay. Continuing on down, vertical angle mode. Again, if you're computing based on traversing and side shotting commands, whether or not you're using a vertical angle as part of your calculation. If you do have a vertical angle, then you need to tell it where, well, 0 means it's level, or 90 means it's level, in which case 0 would be straight up in the air. In the 0 level, that means 90 is straight up in the air. Or we're going to say, hey, don't bother me with vertical angles. I'm just computing horizontal stuff. All right. The coordinate system that we're going to set, if you just say local, then it's just, 5,000, 5,000 kind of locally assumed coordinate system. If you say a grid system, which is what I'm doing here now, Frank, is it you, I think, has the 2018 version, or maybe that's Brian. Yeah, I think Brian Mayfield. I think
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, okay. Your list here is going to look slightly different. 2024 put it into this where the projection gets hidden. Excuse me, and you've only got these 3 choices or none. You can use universal transverse Mercator, state plane 27, or a predefined / user defined system. And that's what you want to be using. And now you see, well, I don't have the zone pull down. That's if I had UTM. But if I use my define projection, and you notice right now, the current one is reported off to the side here, that's set to West Virginia North. Okay, I've got a client that's in the northern part of West Virginia near us. But if you choose that define projection, this is what you're going to get, a little list of things that you can build and save. So I would set mine to Pennsylvania, south. I would say, okay, and that loads that up. Now yours is all right there. You can just pull it down and choose. But if I choose this, same thing, I can see that I'm using Pennsylvania South. But if I choose define projection, again, I can only choose from those, or I can add a predefined, or I can add, if I know the EPSG code or a specific file, make it user defined, edit, remove. So I want to add my predefined, for instance. And now finally, that's going to get to all of these different, right now I'm using USA, regions, but you've got different things, like there's Jamaica, there's Japan, there's South Africa, you get the idea. All right, so in the USA, you can again search. If I were working in Oregon, I might just start typing ORE. You see the Oregon, but there was also Louisiana offshore. So, you can do that kind of thing, or you can simply scroll down and find it. Now, see, you got various ones. You've got NAT 83, the 1986 adjustment, now the 2011 readjustment. There should be a 2014 HARN, high accuracy reference network. And then now we get down into some of these others, NAD 27. And see, this is the part that I'm not real happy with Carlson having changed this, because now this is where I can pick my NAD 27 stuff, North American Datum 1927. That's great. But they give me this state plane 27. See, that's still working the very same way as this, and going here, and going here, and then finding that NAD 27. Well, that's stupid. Why, if you're doing that for NAD 27, why aren't you doing it for NAD 83? That's where we work all the time. So anyway, take my criticism with a grain of salt and just say, now with this new version, you'll have to set it up under predefined, user defined, and hit your define button. And when you come here, if you don't see what you're looking for in this list of things you've saved, you add the predefined and pick it from that list. Okay, and you can even edit any given one. So I was sitting on that PA South and I hit the edit button. So you can give it a particular datum, okay, that it's going to use. The ellipsoid definition, the geodetic reference system of 1980, Helmert 1906, Clark of 1880, etc. You get the idea. I'm not sitting here trying to go into becoming a what do you call those people? A geodesist. But that's how it's changed down here is where you set that pre setup to say, when I start a job, I want to tell Carlson that I'm going to be in that state plane coordinate system. Right here is where you set that up. Okay. Over on the right-hand half are some things. No, and notice, by the way, here's another way to help you start to learn the software. You see these titles, like right here, it says scale and size settings. That's on the upper left, scale and size settings. And then there's a little faint outline box. And it goes down and it wraps around. All of those things have to do with scale and size settings. Within that is a little sub box called units. And you see it has a little frame that's drawn around it. Now over here at the point prompt label settings, and again, follow those little outlines and you can see those are the things that apply within that particular part of your dialogue. Okay, so if you come down here under this drawing setup source on startup, that really has nothing to do with your point prompts. So if we're now talking about point prompts and labels, there's several different things to do here. Is if we're using points and we want to use the description, and there you can see in this little preview, that's the green DESC 2 and ELEV 2, that's elevation, PT hashtag or PT number, that's your point number. And those are the actual names of the attributes of that block that are showing there. And if you don't have these things checked on, you won't see them go away in the preview. It just means that you're not going to be using those particular things when you compute points. Now, these are the ones that I think are important to have on. I'm going to locate them on the real Z axis. Otherwise, it can draw it, say, down at 0. And then if it ever needs its elevation, it reads it from the point, but the graphics part of the point is kept down at 0. Some people prefer that. I don't. I like to see right where it goes so I know whether it's right or not. But anyway, there's that. The attribute layout ID. Now, right now, mine says 2. I think yours is probably set to 1 by default, and it looks like this in this little preview picture. And that means PT number or the point number is the first one. The elevation is the second one, description is the third one, and point number is over top of the point. It's actually centered over top of the point, and the elevation is to the right of the point, and the description is centered underneath the point. I happen to like having mine all lined up on the left edges, and that's what number 2 is. Number 3 looks like this. So if I'm doing a lot of topographic maps and I want my spot elevations to have a little tick mark for the point symbol, and I want the elevation to be sort of, shown at a 45-degree angle, then I would choose that particular attribute layout ID. And remember, the attributes are the definitions of the point information. Those are the 3 things you see: the point number, elevation, and description. So again, right now we're just setting a default, and you can see the different. Here's one where the description goes to the top, the point number to the bottom. Here's one that has the elevation at the top, point number off to the side. So however you want that to be, just go ahead and set that there. Okay. Angle format. So again, if you're computing angles with Kilgard point entry, how would you be entering those? Again, you can override that at any time, but by default, it's going to be looking for a bearing. GONS, by the way, if you're curious, that is just another word for a grad or a gradian. I've never heard of it before I came to Carlson Software, and I understand they use that term in Europe a bit. I do know what a grad is. I know that there's, 100 grads in a quadrant, 400 in a full circle. But that's not used all that much either case, but that's all that GONS setting means, is to use GONS or grads. And then finally, point number settings is whether you're going to use point numbers and whether you're going to have it automatically increment your point numbering. Again, useful things to have. Point numbers can also include text letters, so they could be, so it knows how to increment those as A, B, C, D, as well as point numbers, digit increase on the next successive points. So those are good to have as you're working. Then finally, the drawing setup source. When you start things up, and I think the default condition might be the use configuration. If you say use drawing template, then it won't let you past that point asking for a template. You'd have to go and use it. And I use drawing templates when I start up my work, when I create new files, but otherwise it'll just let me come into it if I use this configuration. All right. So I'm going to say okay to that. And now we've looked at everything except these general settings, and we're actually going to come in here and talk about these real quickly, and I'm going to show you some examples of what they do. I'm going to leave this up here for a minute or two and let you set everything like this, unless you know specifically a reason that you don't have it set. And if you have a different version, if your layout doesn't look exactly the same, then just look for it in a different location on the screen, or just don't worry about it. But there's only a couple of things that are important to understand. They're there as your choice, so you can have it one way or the other, but it's important to understand the effects that they're going to have on your work. Okay, so I'm going to leave this like this and let you go down and sort of match these if you want, and then we're going to talk about them. All right, everybody should have had a chance to check and see, and don't worry if you haven't got them exactly the same. That's we can revisit this if we need to. Let's look real quickly on the left-hand side. Right there on the left-hand side, the very top one says use the startup wizard. And that was, if you remember when we first started and we came into the software, I hit the old exit button to get out of that startup wizard. We're going to see how that works though when we do this legitimately for our exercises, and why I think it's important to always use that startup wizard, but you don't have to. And everything in the wizard you can do independently with several different commands as well. But I like it, but you're allowed to turn that off and not use it. Just make sure you do these other setups as you start. I'm not a huge fan of generating logs because they usually just do not a whole lot more than eat up disk space, and they will eventually eat up disk space, even though we have huge drives nowadays. But the problem is with logging is that we forget that it is actively logging our work, and every time we run a report or every time we save a drawing, it's going to write that entry into those log files. And so, after 3 or 4 years, you're going to start to really get these huge log files. However, it does give you basically an audit trail to go back and look at things. All right. The next one, save the drawing INI files. That's really important to me. And I don't often use it, but what happens is that's a little text file that as I work through a project or I'm in a particular drawing, is it just keeps a running total, a running list of all the different settings that I've changed. And like if I change from one coordinate file to use a different coordinate file, I see that reflected in that file and I can go back and see whatever is the latest that I'm using. Let's say I send this drawing out to somebody else to work on. Maybe they're at a different company and they go, wow, you forgot to send me the coordinate file. Could you please send me the coordinate file? And maybe I've got 5 or 6 different coordinate files and I don't know which one I was using. Well, I can just go back and look at that INI file and it will tell me what was used so I can know, which associations I need to maintain. Okay, now the one under that is to save your settings to your drawing dictionary. I'm not sure. I don't know that it's ever been really well documented. General, let's see here. This option saves the settings for commands within the drawing. Commands always store settings at the program level for recall the next time the commands are run. By storing settings with the drawing, each drawing will recall the command settings used in the drawing. So if you run triangulate and contour with a 5-foot contour interval in drawing A, but then if you run triangulate and contour with a contour interval or drawing 1 in drawing B, then the next time you're in drawing A, it will remember that you used 5 instead of using 1. Okay, so that's that distinction. Here's the deal. If you have this on, then those answers that are in the dialog boxes are, so every time you change that, it sets it and stays, it keeps it. But it keeps it on a file by file basis. If it is unchecked, which is the way I like it, then it stays the way the settings are when I run the command, regardless of which drawing file I'm in. Okay, so if I'm using a station interval of 100 with sub intervals of 25 feet, the last time I stationed the center line, then that's going to be what is set on my other file when I'm inside of it. Okay, you get the idea. So again, just have that behave the way you want it to behave. Ignoring zero elevations. Now, do we have, I think none of you folks are down at the coast, so you're in good shape. What that means is if it's on and you go to triangulate and contour, you're going to build a surface file and it's going to ask you to select all of the data you want to use. Well, you can just draw a window around a bunch of stuff. And if it does not have an elevation, or rather it has an elevation of 0, then it looks at it, but it does not consider it for part of that surface computation. It just ignores it because you said ignore 0 elevations. If it is unchecked, then it will use those things at 0 elevations and it will mess up your surface modeling. Now, the reason it's not, something that always ignores it is because sometimes things legitimately have an elevation of 0. So if I'm working in Charleston, South Carolina, and I'm doing a job down in the low country, I might well have things with 0 elevations. And yet I want them to be used as part of my surface modeling. So that's why there's that switch. But having it on means that I don't have to filter out or freeze the layers that have those things that have zero elevation. I can just have them there, be part of my inclusion, and they're successfully ignored. Okay. Next is to use south azimuth. Don't do that much here in this country. There's a couple of places, it doesn't matter. If we wanted to refer to our azimuths as 0 degrees being south, then that's a switch you could use there. Right? The rest of these are things that are going to set your particular CAD variables, or what are called, your system variables, or what are called sys vars, to match particular answers in your dialog boxes. For instance, the dimension scale is going to be set to your drawing scale. Okay, so that, and again, the drawing scale doesn't do anything in terms of changing the sizes of things in the drawing. It only relates to how big it makes text and symbols. And you're basically saying, I intend to plot this at this scale. Therefore, at this scale, and I want 1/10 of an inch tall text, then make your text however big you need to make it on the ground. Don't make me do the calculation. I'm going to hand it to you and say, I want 1/10 of an inch text. You figure it out. This is me talking to AutoCAD. And or to Carlson. And Carlson does that. It figures that out. And then it tells AutoCAD the actual ground distance that it's looking for, the actual height of the text itself, or whatever else. Okay, so this also sets your dimensioning to match those particular sizes as well. Okay. Same thing as your A units to the drawing scale. Sure, exactly what the A units, let's see here. I don't know that they tell, here it is. This will set the drawing, angular units to match on the drawing scale. All right, PD size, that's your point display size, and it has to do with a CAD point, not a Carlson point. That's how big it makes the point of a point entity. So if you're using a symbol to show you where those points are, that's the size that it would make it. You can set the insert units to unit list. That's typically what we do. Otherwise, if you're doing work always with architects, you could set that units to be inches, so it knows to do that multiplication or division by 12, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the one thing is this little switch right here doesn't appear to work correctly. It should be, if it's unchecked, it's not going to change the LT scale to match the drawing setup. Okay. However, I can't, it still changes. Okay. It changes on your drawing setup. If I make my drawing scale 1 inch equals 30 or 1 inch equals 100 or whatever, it changes the LT scale for me, even though I had this unchecked. Yeah, go figure. Now this next one, use software rendering. You guys are all running Windows-based PCs, probably with good graphics cards. Make sure that is unchecked. You'll get better performance out of the screen. I need to have mine checked because I'm not actually running this on a Windows machine. I'm running this on a Macintosh, and it's running Windows as an emulated piece of software. So I have to use software rendering to generate my graphics, and it's still fast enough for me, and I get all the benefits of using a Mac. All right, then enable your file selection graphic preview. So when I go to pick a file, to open a surface file or a centerline alignment or a profile, it will show me a little preview of that graphically, so I make sure that I can see what I'm getting myself in for. So it's nice to have there. I can set the menu bar on startup to where my AutoCAD menu, what is it going to run? Typically just regular AutoCAD, annotative scaling, and you can set all of these particular ones that you may want to pre-build. And that's whether or not it makes your text change size whenever you change the annotation scaling. And then here's some just prefixes and suffixes that you can use to when you create a new annotative scale, it's going to supply those for you as text suffixes. Now, we're going to stop right here. Whatever changes you may have made, go ahead and say okay. And then we're going to take our lunch break now. And then when we come back, we're going to finish talking about these and then show some examples of what they're going to do. Okay. Because we've got these next two columns. We got some visual options, some digitizers, nothing much going on there. And then these object linking, that's the important one. And this remove arcs. So as long as you understand what those are going to do. All right. We'll come back to that after lunch. It is now 10 after, or 9 after. You're going to get your full hour. So let's come back at, say, 10 after 1 o'clock in my time. And we'll pick up from there. I will ask, does anybody have any questions, anything that's occurred to them that you'd like to get a quick answer to? Otherwise, everything's all right. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to go ahead and stop my share. And I will pause the recording. Go on.
Recording in progress.
And I'm going to pop back over and finish talking about our general settings. So they are, in case you've popped that off, I'll show you, we get back to them from the settings menu under Carlson configure. And the first button, general settings. These are what we're starting to talk about. Okay. So we took care of the left-hand column. The right-hand column, or the center column, is how we want our coordinates to be reported. Again, as surveyors and engineers, we're used to seeing coordinates as northing and easting. The CAD system, though, is an XYZ type system, so it would normally put the easting first and then the northing as an X and Y, but I would recommend leaving that as north and east if terms of how your coordinates are reported. Now, that does not have anything to do with the coordinates that you see down at the bottom of the screen, down here where it's tracking. That's always an XY coordinate order. It's XYZ. This is just when you run reports or list points and things like that is how it shows up. The date format is whatever your computer is set to, or you can choose a different one. Documents, when you run reports, if you can do either a PDF or a DWF, which is a AutoCAD format that sort of tried to be a competitor to PDF. Not sure if anybody who really uses that or not. PDF is pretty universal. And whether you make those read-only or not, you may or may not have that switch in earlier versions. And the report viewer, there's 3 choices here. Either the Carlson report viewer or Windows Notepad, which is a text editor, or Microsoft Word, which is, of course, a word processing package. Your choice with that. The Carlson report viewer is nice though, because even if I need to have a Microsoft Word file, I can always run the Carlson report viewer and then save that off or select text and copy it and paste it into those other documents if I need. The reason I like the Carlson report viewer though is it's got the ability to place the data from those reports into the drawing as text with one of the commands from inside that viewer. All right, and then the digitizer setting, if anybody is still using a digitizer these days, you would uncheck that and allow it to be called up and used whenever you're trying to digitize certain things like cross sections from a set of printed cross section sheets, for instance. Otherwise, we typically now we just say use a mouse because we'll have scanned documents and we'll throw them up on the screen and draw over top of those images. All right, so that's typically what we would use. This is strange because so you've got these layouts for your digitizer puck, but if you uncheck use a mouse, so you do want to use the puck, that goes away. Again, I think it's just an error in the interface, but in any case, we'll leave that set to use mouse. Then on the right-hand side, this is where we're going to get some interesting behaviors. We're going to choose our coordinate file format. By default is Carlson alphanumeric. You could use numeric only, in which case your point numbers would not allow you to use letters in those point numbers. They're always sequential integers. So I would recommend the alphanumeric as a minimum. You could use the SQL or the SQLite. It's the structured query language light. So it's an actual database. It's an SQL database. And the reason you would use that one instead of Carlson alphanumeric, for instance, is if you do a lot of collection of GIS data and a lot of additional things that go along with points that in the absence of that file format still is capable of being done. It just puts them in separate files of the same name, but just a different file extension. For instance, if I'm using a coordinate file called mypoints.crd, and if I want to collect GIS data about those, they're going to go in a file called mypoints.gis, and it uses the file name to link up to the proper coordinate file. And SQLite or SQL, it should say SQLite, but still, if you use the database format, it doesn't put that data in those separate files. It puts them all in the same file. So it's just a little bit more convenient, more compact storage. The remaining two are for the C&G survey system, which we talked about earlier. Now, the object linking, the way this goes, and I like to have all of mine on. What this means is this. We say link points with the coordinate file. So if I've got Carlson points in my drawing, and as I create those points in the drawing, they get added to the coordinate file. And then if I were to go to my drawing and move that point, it's going to automatically update the CRD file at the same time. Once I've moved the point and made the change to it, it's going to automatically link up and change the CRD file. Now, some surveyors like to have that unchecked because when they put points in the drawing and they look around, if they're all crowded and they want to get them out of the way, they dump them in the drawing from the CRD file, and then they zoom into an area and maybe just manually with the mouse move those points out of the way so they can see what they might need a little more clarity on the screen. And with it unchecked, they know they can go back to the coordinate file and redraw the points, and they'll go back to their original positions. Okay. The thing to be aware about this now, whenever you move a point in the drawing, regardless of what that linking is checked on or off, regardless of what it's set to, the software will always pop up a warning that says, hey, you now differ from the location in the CRD file. Do you want to update the CRD file? So it now will always check for you and do it. In years past, and I don't recall which version they changed that, But in years past, if you had this on, for instance, link points with the CRD file, and you put some points in the drawing, it's whatever these switches are set to are in effect at the time you run a command. The resulting thing that you are creating or drawing will behave according to the way these switches are set now. You cannot then, after you've got it in the drawing, go back and turn this switch on or off, and then that object will then take on that new behavior. It doesn't. It always keeps the behavior of whatever was in play when the object was created. So you can see what happened and why Carlson now prompts you regardless, is that in larger surveying and engineering companies, some surveyors might wanted to have it unchecked so that they could move the points around and then bring the points back in from the coordinate file later if they needed to. Well, then if they did that, saved the drawing, and somebody else in the company opened up that same drawing file, and maybe they have their switch set to, yes, I want to link them with the CRD file. Well, then they go around and they might move a point expecting to have updated the CRD file. But if it was created by somebody else that had the thing unchecked, then it would not make the update. So that caused a lot of conflict, particularly for surveyors, because they do this a lot. They get those points that they see in the field and they try to resolve them to actual property corners. And there's other things involved in where that corner actually legally exists. So some were, thinking the points were created with the linking on or off before. And if it had already been created, there's no way of knowing which way it was. So now they at least will warn you. So that's on. Now, again, same thing, linking line work with points. If you draw line work by referencing a point number or by snapping to one of the points, then if that point should move, the line will move with it. The vertex of that line work will move with the point location. Now it's one way. So if you move the point, the line will move with it. If you select the line work and grab one of the grips and just move it graphically on the screen, it won't pull the point with the new location based on the new line. And in fact, anytime you make a change that triggers an update to the CRD file, it's going to automatically redraw that line work back to its original position. Okay, so be aware of how that works. Linking labels with line work means a label would be something that you annotate on line work, like a bearing and a distance, or an area inside of a closed figure, like somebody's property, a parcel or a lot. And then if that line work should change, it's going to automatically erase the old, recompute and redisplay those new labels for you automatically. Okay, so that will work that way. Linking line work with center lines. Now this is a two-way link, meaning that if you've got line work drawn in the drawing that you then turn into a center line file, then if you were to grip edit the line work in the drawing, it's going to go and open up that center line file and make the changes in it to reflect what you changed graphically. Also, if you open up the editor in your centerline file editor and you make changes in that editor and save that file, it will automatically redraw the line work to reflect those changes if that switch is on. Now, grouping the point entities means that when you select any part of a point, it's going to collect all three of those as a single group. And that group, a Carlson point, is made up of three different things. There is a point, a CAD point, an AutoCAD point entity. And then there is a symbol, which is a block. It's just a graphic block. And then there is another block, made up of the three attributes, the point, number, elevation, and description. So all three of those things get created, and as far as the CAD engine understands, they're three separate things. But Carlson always keeps them grouped so that they stay together. And then maintaining the coordinate file history means that any changes you make in the coordinates with those Carlson points, you're able to go back through and undo back to a previous state of where that was. Okay. So if you don't have that checked on, then you don't have that ability to recreate from that history. So it's good to have on. Now, keep that little group point entities thing in mind here and we'll illustrate that in just a minute when we get to the points. Removing arcs and which method that you want to use based on these numbers that you type in is a setting that will it'll govern the behavior of the process of arc removal. We'll talk about this in just a second. The MText label options, that's when you create anything using MText or multi-line text, in other words, paragraph type text. If you give it a maximum width, it will be a certain width on the screen, and it has to be in terms of ground distance, so it's hard to sort of know what that should be. And excuse me, if you just leave it set to 0, then that means there's no limit on it. You can make it as big as it needs to be or whatever. So just leaving that at 0 is going to be the best bet. Earlier versions of the software won't have that setting. It's relatively new. I'm not sure how much functionality it might add. But now we're going to talk about this arc removal. When we have an arc, let's imagine this scenario. I'm gonna get out of this dialog box and to be able to illustrate this. So we're going to I'm going to say here I'm going to change to I'll make a yellow. Make it big enough so you can see it on the screen. All right. So I'm going to say here I'm bebopping along, and I've got a point here. I'm along, say, a roadway. I'm at the edge of the pavement. Up there's the other edge of the pavement, and then maybe at that point it goes into a driveway or a parking lot or something. So there's now an arc, and let me undo that arc. A little severe, so maybe I'll be like that. And then, so I'm doing something like this to build this up as something that I surveyed in the field. And I've got edges of the pavement and turning into an entrance, into a parking lot or something. All right. Now, in this case, what I just drew is a two-dimensional polyline. It has an elevation, so it can have, a non-zero elevation, but it's still two-dimensional because it's that elevation along its entire length. Okay. So what this is consisting of is a straight line segment, and you can see from the grips, it goes from this point to this point, and then there is an arc that goes around the curve here to another point, and then it goes a straight line segment. Or of course you can, if you hover the mouse over those grips, here's another little CAD tip. You can convert that to an arc and sort of, do all kinds of different things to it and reposition it, whatever. So, but now this is truly an arc. And as such, we can say if we were to label this, which we would a lot of times, change this for a second. Let's go out here. I'm going to go to, let's get more like ground distance. So if I'm here and I went a distance of, let's say 50 feet, the direction method, I'll just choose cursor. All right, so now that's gone 50 feet. And now I'm going to type Q to get out of that distance command. I'm going to now choose an arc, and I'll put this arc in here. And now it still wants to do a couple of things. So if I want to now place this here. All right, so now I've got this segment, an arc with a radius of, whatever that is. If this is 50, that might be 20 or something. I don't know. So what I want to show you is with this, I can now then draw a radial dimension. And you can see it's basically 16.5 feet. All right. So let's say you had to label something with the radius. Let's say there's a curb edges or whatever, and you have to label it, and it's going to be this, it's a true radius because it reads that as an arc. Okay, it has a center point and needs to go to it. Now consider when we need to put elevations on these elements. Okay, so if we say, I'll go ahead and use points here. I'm going to locate some points. I'll just use that just like it is. I'm going to say screen pick, and I'm going to pick this point right here. And it wants to know an elevation. Let's say that was an elevation of 100. And that's going to be EP for edge of pavement. Okay. Now I get another one up here, and it was a, right, I'm going to snap to that endpoint. See my little snapping indicator pops up. And that's going to be, say, an elevation of 101.15. And it's also EP, but it's EP and it's point of curve. There's number 2. And then maybe we went over here and we got this other end of this point. And it might have an elevation of, say, 100.75, dropping back down. That's going to be my EP point of tangent. And then finally, I've got a point here on the end. And let's say that went back down to elevation of 100. And that's just my, let's call it end. So now I've got some things. I've got a dimension that is able to catch let me put it out here so we can see a little bit. So that's an actual true dimension. It reads that as an arc. But now these points, let's say if I made this elevation of 100, I'll show you what this is going to look like. So if I make this elevation of 100, and if I then spun this thing up in 3D, that's my computer's all wacky here. Go on. Finally, come on. It's sorry, I think Zoom does this. All right, so now you can see it starts at that one point that was 100, and there I've got that other point above it there. It's 101.15. You see it's slightly above. The other one at 100.75, it's even more slightly above, and then it comes back to 100. So if I need, and I'm going to come back now, to plan view. So if I need to elevate that line, I'm going to draw a 3D polyline, and this time, let's just make this red. I'm going to go from I got too much stuff going on here. Let me get out of this. This is why I use a Macintosh, because Windows is so brain dead, basically. Hold on a sec. Let me clear some stuff out of here. Bear with me. Okay. So if I repeat the 3D polyline, I'm going to prompt for elevations, but not use a surface model. There we go. So I'll go okay, and now it wants to know where, pick a point or a point number. So I'm going to say 1. So it's going to start at 1. How about start at 1, not 11? And it reads that elevation of 100. I confirm it. It's going to go to point number 2. Sorry, once more. All right, 1 to 2. There we go. Now that's an arc. And the end point that it's asking for would be number 3. Okay. And then it went to point number 4. And then that was it. All right, so now I've got 2 things here. And if you see this one, you can see that the red one goes from 1, raises up to 2, goes down to 3, and then back down to 4. Okay. So when I do that, if I select that red one, you see it's a 3D polyline, but the yellow one is a polyline. Well, the 3D polyline cannot have an arc in it because of this reason. And if I were to try to do this same dimension along that red, what looks like a red arc, it's going to say that's not an arc. It's a little stick. It's approximated by these little straight pieces, point to point to point to point, all around the arc. Now, the reason that it has to do it that way is when you look at the yellow one, when you think about the yellow one that is truly an arc, and it has this radius. Remember to go out there to point number 2 and point number 3 and to assign those elevations, it brings it up to 101.15 and then goes around the curve, dropping back down to 100.75. If it were to do that, if I went out there on the ground and picked up that point number 2 and raised it up to 101, and point number 3 went down to 100.75, that is now no longer an arc because point number 2 is higher than point number 3. And so the figure that I have now distorted, I have to look at it perpendicular to that plane that contains points 2 and 3. So the normal direction of 2 into 3, that's no longer an arc. It has been stretched. It's sort of hard to visualize, but regardless, no CAD system on the planet is able to represent an arc that changes elevation along its length because it is geometrically no longer an arc. It cannot be because it gets distorted in terms of its true geometry because the points are now no longer in that same plane. However, we as engineers and surveyors know that, well, yeah, we've got what looks like an arc on the ground as we're looking straight down on it, but we know it's got, elevation differences. So, what do we do? Because we're so used to looking at everything always in plan view. We say, well, that still has a 16.5-foot radius, but, it goes from this elevation around the curve to a different elevation. And so when it does that, it creates this series of little segments. And if I zoom way in tight, you can see how it deviates from the original arc by putting in these little chords in place, right? Now, here's what these values mean in your settings. This means remove arc settings. There is one that says offset distance, and there's one that says chord length. So the offset distance is this maximum separation between the chord and the arc, perpendicular to it here. And that's the method that I use. And mine is set to 0.02, meaning I will allow as much deviation as it needs, but up to a maximum of 2/100ths of a foot. And so when I consider that, and you can see that it looks purple now because it's selected, but that the red is unselected. So the red is close enough to being the same as the yellow. So when I'm, I'll be using that 3-dimensional line to create a surface file, etc. And I might even put that on a machine to have to build. And I'm going to say when it goes through that effort of building that, it's going to be as close to being an arc in plan view projection as I can typically make it. I'm willing to live with this amount of separation. The other distance measure that we have in that setting is called the chord length. And so it builds chords such that it builds the chords as many as it needs, but such that the maximum chord distance between these 2 points all along this figure is going to be within that number that you set in your settings. Okay, so if I go back and look, here's my 2 methods. I said, I like to use maximum offset because I know that gets me to within 2/100ths of being on the original arc. The chord length is whatever number that you need to do it. So now you can see that if this is set to a particular number, let's change this number to say 0.01 instead of 0.02, or let's say it even 0.001, right? To really get it to show up here. And so now I'm going to go through this same process. I'm going to draw another three-dimensional line. And this time I'll make it a cyan color. And I'm going to go from 1 to 2, an arc, endpoint of 3, and then 4. Okay. Now, when I look at that one, look at the difference as I select this. See, when I choose that one, see how close the vertices are together compared to the red one? So the red one was done with 0.02. This one was done with 0.001. Okay. Now you can see then as I zoom in really, really tight, see, even it has a separation, but it's a lot closer to that yellow line. Now, why do I not set it down to that ultra fine setting is this particular reason. If I choose to have it such that it generates all of these different points along that line, then when I go to build a surface out of all of this data I've got in 3D, the computer is going to read everything it finds with elevation, and it's going to use every vertex that it finds, and it's going to sit on that vertex, and it's going to look all around itself, and it's going to try to make triangles, and then it's going to go up to the next one, and it's going to do the same thing, and the next one's going to do the same thing. When I say it looks all around it, I mean, you know, points out here in the road, points back here on the bank, or in the grass, or wherever it happens to be. And so the more of those vertices that I have, the more triangles I'm going to have in my surface, and you're just going to make it unnecessarily complicated if you make it too small. So to me, that's a nice trade-off, this red one using the 0.02 instead of this really tiny number. Okay, because as a general rule of thumb, every vertex that is made into part of a triangle will, on average, it will be part of 3, sometimes 4 or more. But on average, it will be, you know, that will be the point, a common point of at least 3 triangles. And so you can see the more of those that you have, the more triangles you have, and the more unnecessarily complicated, complex it gets. And you could even overwhelm it. Let's say you're working with a 20,000 acre development and you're trying to put everything in one big single giant court or surface file, then you can see how that could be a problem. Okay. So I'm going to go back now to my Carlson configure. I'm going to put that number back to 0.02. Okay. Now, this is also hinting a little bit here at something I wanted to point out. The original polyline, this yellow one, the one that has points 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and between 2 and 3 is an actual true arc with the radius that you see there. When I'm doing surveying and or even design, if I need to be able to document the actual radius of things, arcs of things, I need to have 2 separate lines to govern this. One, the 2Ds, so that I can measure them and show them with radius values. The 3D lines, I wouldn't be dimensioning, but I would be using them to model the surfaces. Okay, so, but if I use them and throw away the 2Ds, then I no longer am able to compute what that radius value is unless I, you know, come up, do some extra work. I'll come down here and maybe sit on this point, look back at this point, and generate a line that's 90 degrees off of that point. Same thing, 90 degrees off of this point, wherever they meet in the middle. And then I measure that as a radius. So I generally, it's in my best interest to choose and to keep 2 different sets of lines which is one of the things that you see here. In this particular file, I've got all these in plain view. It just looks like a contour map and some buildings and such. But watch what happens when I spin it up. You see the 3D part, the stuff that has elevation is just this stuff, the points and the contours. But all of this line work down here, that's all done down at ground level 0, so that I can measure those arcs and, you know, dimension things as I need to. All right, so it's a very common technique that we're going to have 2 sets of that. And in fact, the file, the layer that I just froze, this set of all these white lines, that's actually, those are all 3-dimensional lines. They're called break lines. They're going to be what helps to build that surface. Okay. So I'll close that back and we don't need it. All right, so that's illustrating that last little setting with that remove arcs function, and that's what it means. So if that number is too tiny, you're going to get a lot of unnecessary vertices to unnecessarily complicate your surfaces. If it's too big, and I have seen things like this, by the way. Let's say we said 1 foot. And I made a 3D polyline. And let's make this one, say, magenta colored. And I went from 1 to 2 to an arc to 3, 4. All right, so you see it goes around here, and it didn't even, because it's allowed to have as much as a foot of separation. This little foot. I measure that. If I go from the midpoint to the midpoint of it's 2.5 feet. I don't know why I guess it couldn't get an even number in there. That makes sense. That should have limited itself to 1 foot. But regardless, you see this sometimes, or you'll see it maybe, you'll see something like this, where if I add here's what I mean to do. I want to add a polyline vertex here. I'll go from there to here. So sometimes you'll see stuff like this from, particularly I'll see this from surveyors, and they'll use that to build the surface. But what they're saying with that is and saying particularly if these are like tops of curbs, then down below there's a face of curb down below it. So they're screwing up this piece of ground in here that's not correctly modeled, because really that should be, you know, part of this upper part up here. Instead, it's saying step down off the curb off this purple line. And so, but I see people do this all the time. They generate their contours, then they throw away this 3D line work and they say, oh, hey, here's your contour map. Well, yeah, but it's not very accurate because it's too crude. It's too poorly approximated. So it's always a trade-off. And that's something that I've found through my experience, is that this number right here, if I leave it at 2 200ths, That's close enough, and yet it doesn't make too many points. It makes enough that I need. And it approximates the curve nicely enough, okay? So with your linking set the way it is, I want to show you some of these effects of that linking. First of all, if we, let me come back to this a minute. And I'm going to just do a quick screen grab like this. And all right, so I will we'll keep that up there so I don't have to keep going around. And setting this. Think that if I bring that in, I'm going to look at my desktop. All right, so just as a reminder, that's what we've got set. All right, so one of the we were talking about is this link line work with points. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of these drawn lines. And let's get rid of this dimension. And I'm just going to draw just a 2D line. We'll keep it set to the original yellow. We'll say okay. And let's say we went from 1 to 4. Okay. I'm going to say 1-4. So go from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And finish. There it is. There's a line that goes from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 because I defined that line based on points that were in the drawing. If I move this point, say number 2, out to here, yes, I'll update the coordinate and it did. If I select that, you see the grips. It actually moved. I had to regen my screen. Zoom sometimes interferes with that, but if I move point number 2, so like this, move that, I'm in need of a restart, let's say. So if I move number 2 back to here, yes, I will update and no, I don't want to disable. So there you go. See, it automatically pulled the line with it. Now, here's that one-way linking. If I select that line and just grip edit the line, notice that it did not move the point, but the line moved with it. Now, here's the danger with that. If it's on, when you create the line, linking is on, and then if you move this, and you meant to keep that line the way you've moved it, but if anything happens in this point file, so I'm going to just double click point number 2, and I'm going to just make a change to the description. I'm going to call that EOP PC. Now, when I save this, see what it does? I didn't do anything. It automatically recreated the line to be back where point number 2 was, because the line was originally defined to follow that point. So if the linking is on, and then if you later edit the line work by grip editing the line, the points, I mean, it will leave it changed until something happens that the coordinate file gets reread and saved. And once it does, it recreates the line work based on the point position without telling you otherwise. And you might want to have kept that line where it was. So that's why you need to be aware of how that behaves. Okay. So now, another other couple of things on how this is going to work. If we say did a labeling, let's go to annotate, and let's just say auto annotate. And you can follow along with some of these things that I'm doing here if you want to just draw some figures. I'm just going to auto annotate, take the defaults, and I'm going to choose, why am I so large here? I think maybe no. All right, that's okay. Rescale 0.1, 0.08. And then if I'll locate points. Point's supposed to be 0.08. Now, how tall is this? What's that distance? It should be 50 feet. Well, it's 40 because I moved it. 40 feet shouldn't be too much. If I auto annotate, maybe I've got that set too high for my text height. Let's go to my general settings. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see, text size. That should be this. And offset. This is a point as well. So now that should tone it down a bit. There we go. It's a so that's showing me my distance and my bearing. So if that should change, if that line work should change, and again, I'll just grip edit this line. Now watch what happens to those two lines. You see the labels get recomputed. It's now almost 70 feet and 41 feet here instead of 40 and whatever that used to be. But point number 2 didn't get moved. Now, if I go back to number 2 here, and I'm going to change that description back and say, okay. See how it pulls the line right back where it was, and it recomputes it and redisplays it correctly. Okay. It would do that for any kind of annotation, like the area within a closed figure. If you just draw a rectangle, just go to my draw menu and choose rectangle. And I'll just come over here off to the side and draw this rectangle. And I'm going to go to my area layout menu now and say area by closed polyline, a single area, label the area. I will say, okay. And I'll choose this rectangle. And it's doing something, reading cells for whatever reason. Okay, so it computes so many square feet, so many acres, and so maybe I'll give it a lot description of 1, and I'm gonna place it right in here. Now, with that same switch on, link labels with line works, so that's 0.05 acres, so that's gonna now bump that up to 0.1 acres. Okay, so you see the effects of how that linking works with that, okay? Next little one to do is come off to the side. Let's just draw a standard CAD polyline. Let's just type P line. We'll pick a point. And I want to just head off in this direction, say, and type 100. So it goes 100 feet. And then I'm going to come off in this direction and say 125. And then I'll go over here and say 85. All right, so now I've got a single polyline, and it doesn't matter whether I use a Carlson draw command or if I just screen draw a polyline, or I use a file that somebody else has prepared and I use a polyline. So here I've got my line work, and if I want to turn that into an alignment or a center line is what they're called, one of my commands on my center line menu is to polyline to center line file. Now this might represent a sanitary sewer alignment, manhole to manhole to manhole to manhole. So if I say polyline to centerline file, the first thing it's going to come up and tell me is, if it ever decides to play nice here, I guess it wants me to try to restart my computer to clear all these problems. All right, so the first thing that it's going to want me to do is to give it a coordinate file. I don't care. Let's just call it junk. Oh, I'm sorry, a centerline file. So I'll call it example. All right, so now it says the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing station. So I went from here to this way. So whether it is or not, I select the polyline. There it is, and it shows me the direction that it was created. And it gives me the option to reverse it if I need to. It wants a beginning station. I could give it that particular value or just hit enter, because that's what's in those little angle brackets down at the command line. And it will use that as 0 plus 0, 0 as my station, okay? So now I have a centerline file. If I go to my centerline menu and I go to my centerline editor, it's going to ask me to pick that file. There's that file I just made. You can see the preview of it over here. I open it up and I get this nice little editor that has, things in it like the line with the stationing, the northing and easting, the length of that line, tangents in and out. If I double click any of those particular lines, I get the particulars on that segment, and I can choose whether or not it stays tangential to a previous element. So if you've got curves and such like that in there. All right, so now here is this editor, And if I'm sitting on this first piece here and I want to put a curve in, I could say, let's just fit a curve. And I can type in a radius value. This is 100 feet long. So let's make a 50-foot radius curve. And so once we type that in there, it's going to compute all these other values. Again, you see you've got horizontal speed tables for highway design, all kinds of stuff. I'll say okay. And once, oops, sorry, 50. So now it's put in a nice 50-foot arc. And it's tangent and it's a curve. And if I look at that, if I double click that curve, it's going to tell me right up here that it's tangential to the previous element. And you can choose to make sure, whether it is or not. So now there's the alignment. If I save and exit, now keep your eye on the screen. And if I exit that, see what it did? It put that arc right in there. And that's still just a polyline. If I look over here in my properties, I see that it's just a polyline. Okay. So that linking, where we said link line work with center lines, and again, it's a two-way linkage. Any change I make in the centerline file is going to link back to the change in the graphics. Now I can also just simply grip edit this file. Let's say we'll put this one out here. I mean the line work. And now to go back to the editor, and I can go to the menu, or I can just double click this line because Carlson knows it's an alignment. It's a center line. The CAD system doesn't, but Carlson does. So when I double click it, it automatically loaded up the editor, and you see that it reflected the change in the centerline file already just by having changed it here. And I can now come back here, maybe fit another curve. This time, let's make that a 100-foot curve. And we'll say, okay. We'll see now there's a nice little curve there, save and exit. And there we go. Now, can we take, say a polyline, a similar type polyline. Let's get it sort of like this. And again, right now it's not. If I double click it now, it brings up the p-edit command, the poly edit command. That's not what I want to turn that into a centerline file. So if I go to centerline, polyline to centerline file, I'm going to call this one example 2 and say save. And if I choose now this particular one, go through my defaults here and hit enter to finish. Now I've got that. But that's just, or even let's, well, let me undo that. Make sure. Yeah, okay, still just following. So this was a 50-foot, that was a 100-foot radius. Do a fillet, which is just a standard CAD command. I'm going to type my R for radius. Let's say 50 feet, and I'll put this in like this. I'll repeat the command. This time I'm going to make my R value 100 and go from here to here. Okay, so now I've got that. And if I turn that into centerline, polyline to centerline file, I choose this example 2 again and override it. I'll choose this. Off it goes, and you can see right down in my listing in the command line, it recognized, let me up this here. It recognized that here's my station, northing, easting description. So the line intersection, it found the curve. So it had PC and a PT, and then it went to the next curve, PC and PT and line intersection. All right. So, hang on, get back down here so I can get some room to see. Now, if I double click that and it's going to bring up the editor, you're going to see it's already there. If I take this curve, say, and let's just remove that curve so it comes back, I save and exit. There it is, back with the curve missing. Okay. But you notice I did that several ways. I had it with no curves. As the graphic, I turned it into a center line. I used the center line editor to add the curves. I used this one where I just did standard CAD fillets and that fixed it. I can do the same thing here with another fillet, even though this is now already a centerline file. That does not restrict me from making changes with these other CAD tools. So if I do another fillet, and let's make this 125, if it'll fit. Yeah, okay. So now, when I go back to my editor, I can see that curve. And to be able to see the radius, I have to sit on that line in the little spreadsheet and double click it or choose the edit button. And I see that indeed, there's that 125-foot radius that it gets added into it. So however you want to make those changes, this linking is going to keep that tied to each other. If that linking switch is not on, when you choose this and turn this into a centerline file, then when you make changes in the centerline editor, you would have to go and erase this and then go back to your centerline menu and draw the centerline file. What layer? There's 0. Now, well, let's go ahead and choose this table. And now I'm going to choose that example. See how that was the first one. I'll open that up. There it goes. Complete with stationing shown. And starting point, radius of 50 feet. PC at station 0 plus 7224. Up there, station 1. I apparently don't have the tick marks turned on. But anyway, you can see that. And now, again, to show some combination of all this stuff, watch what happens here. So if I choose to do a grip edit, the centerline file is now changed. And when it comes back out of that, you notice those labels now recomputed and repositioned themselves, because again, it's a linking set to link labels with line work. Okay, so that's how all that stuff works. Now, one last little bit here on these grouping point entities. I'm going to show you some examples of what this means. I'm going to just select everything and delete it. And remember, I had 4 points in my file, right? Well, I just erased those points out of my drawing file, but not to worry, because on my points menu, I can list my points. I'll list them all. And I see I have those 4 points right here, just like they always were. And so now all I need to do is to go to points and draw, locate points. I'm just going to come down here and say draw all. And there they are, right back where they started from. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if I select this, now notice what happens here in the AutoCAD version. I see a rectangle and a single point of reference. That's where I can grab that and move that point around like that. And it brings the whole point with it. But if I just wanted to rearrange some of these labels, I could go to the point menu and choose Move Point Attributes. So now if I wanted to move the point number, I can put it over here. Okay, and then put the elevation, up and to the right, maybe at a different rotation. Okay, so I can do all that, but I have to go to this points, move point attributes command to be able to do those individually. Now, and again, When I select that, you see a box and a single point, and that's going to move the whole thing with it. Now here though is a difference in the IntelliCAD version. You would see that show up as, when you select it, you would see a grip show up at the center of the symbol, which is where the point is, and then you would see all of the little text grips as well. So you could click on it, and then you could grab those text grips directly on the screen and just move them around without having to go through this point. Now, you can also do this in AutoCAD, but this is a setting that you have to do, and it's a CAD setting, not a Carlson setting. So if I right click the mouse and choose options, or if I go to the settings menu and go all the way down to the bottom and choose what? Let's see. Where did they put the, oh, here it is. The settings menu up here at the top, the AutoCAD options. It's the same as doing right click options. Okay. And so this has to do with the selection of these different things. And you can see this is all different behaviors that you can set. Well, it's the selection tab. And if I look at my selection tab, so here's the grips and whether or not I want to see grips. One of the things here, it says object grouping. Okay, that selects all objects in a group when you select one object in that group. With group, you can create and name a set of objects for a selection. Now, AutoCAD by default has that on. That's why you saw that rectangle and the dot. So if you uncheck that and choose OK. Now, remember, Carlson is still set under general settings to right here. It says group point entities, and it still behaves as a group. So if I select this now it no longer has a rectangle drawn around it and a single point, but now I've got individual grips. And if I use the one from the point and move this around, it's going to, now you see what happened. That was a grip edit of that block, which was that. Okay. This, however, did not move, nor did the little point, the single AutoCAD point that's part of that. You know? So, but one thing that is nice is that with this being separate, is I can now just do this. Individually by those grips. Okay, so just however you best want to have that work is up to you. Okay. IntelliCAD doesn't have that selection option. So you're going to always have those attributes show up with their individual grips, and you can just move them around. Now the difference as well in IntelliCAD, even though you see those individual grips, if you grab the grip at the point, it's going to move the whole point. Okay, so now to be able to move this whole point, I either need to have it set like this in AutoCAD, or I can go to the points menu and I can adjust coordinates and I can move a point. Now that's sort of silly to have to go. Now see, I just grabbed one thing now and it's gonna, and you see where the crosshairs jumped down to where it's supposed to be, and it's now moved up to that location. Yeah. And again, if you haven't figured out, I'm doing a lot of double clicking on these things, and that's going to bring up any associated commands. So that's it knows that's a Carlson point, even though when I select it over here in my properties, I see it's a group of 3 items. There are 2 block references. That's the block of attributes, the number, elevation, description. and it's the block that is the symbol, and it is a CAD point. Okay, so I can, select just the point and get some information about it here. I can change its elevation. Let's make that to 101.01. Hit enter. Yep, I want to update it, and I had to do a regen to get it to display the new elevation. So any number of things that you can do. If you can change something by its CAD properties, certainly feel free to do that. If you can change it with your individual Carlson editors for things like points and center lines, etc., feel free to do it that way as well. But at the end of the day, what you're left with in your drawing is still those alignments. If I drew those centerline files, let's not label them and just draw, say, example 2. So there it is. If I double click it, see, it still knows that it's defined as a centerline file, but if I select it, I see over my properties that it's just a polyline, and that's all that it is. I can give this AutoCAD file to somebody else who doesn't have Carlson, and they can still certainly use it because they'll know that that's a polyline. They can do whatever that they can do with polylines. Okay, so it's not like Civil 3D or some of these other software packages that when you see a bunch of drawn contours, for instance, representing a surface, or you see a center line that represents an alignment, when you select that and look at your properties, you're going to see it name it something like AECC alignment or AECC 10 surface. So it's going to recognize those different types of things as these different entities. But Carlson doesn't do that. Carlson has made it a point, it's one of their design philosophies, to not create these proprietary type of entities, but to keep everything linked to standard CAD entities through the use of those external files and all of those linkings and what they call reactors. When I double click this line, that loads up the centerline editor. If I double click one of these points, that loads up the point editor. Okay, those are called reactors, and you can see them. If you ever have to get rid of any kind of reactors, if you go to your file menu and go to some drawing utilities, you can remove reactors, remove groups. You can remove this extended entity data. That would be the case of the center line. So if I remove that extended entity data from this, now if I double click that, you see it's going to load the p-edit command. It's not going to load the centerline editor because I removed Carlson's awareness of that polyline as being a centerline file. So if I go to my centerline editor on my centerline menu and I load up that centerline file, and let's make a change here. I'm going to take this curve out and this curve out, and then save and exit. Notice it did not change that because the extended entity was removed under the files drawing utilities where I said remove the extended entity data. Okay. However, if I simply drew my centerline file, which it's not in my list, then I'll just go here and draw a centerline file. I'll take that same, and there it's drawn. And now if I double click it, it brings up the editor. If I make grip changes, then it automatically links back to the centerline editor to make those changes. Okay, so that's how Carlson accomplishes what it's doing, is through that extended entity mechanism. And yet it still leaves you with just standard CAD entities. Okay. So at this point, any questions so far? I know it's a lot of sort of high level philosophical things, but I hope you get a sense of how you can set some of these settings and control what it is that the way the drawing file is going to react to what you're doing. But I will ask for any questions if you've got any there, and then we'll take our mid-afternoon break. Everybody good? All right, then. So we will break. Let's go ahead and give you a 15 minutes. So let's come back at a quarter till. I will pause our. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about how we get things started. So I'm going to go ahead and exit completely out of Carlson. And I'm going to now come back in. I'm going to run the software, let it load up. And because I'm using that startup wizard, I'm going to let it run and show you what those things can do and why they're helpful. So if I start this up, I'm going to come to this little front screen, what's called the start page, unless your system has been configured not to use it. And at this point, you can choose to go with a new file or open an existing one. These are the recent ones. So I'm going to pull down this new, and I'm going to choose a particular template. These are the recent templates you've used. You can go down to your browse templates and find any particular template that you may have set up and that you'd like to use. I've got, actually, let me see if I'm, data roaming. I'm going to go over to, let's see, Carlson. I think it's in support. Yep. So there's the National CAD Standards Survey. There's Civil Survey. So these are available with the IntelliCAD installed. Now, I'm not running the IntelliCAD version. I'm just loading up the IntelliCAD drawing template. So this is getting ready to start, and this little wizard comes up here and it says, here's some recent files. All right, so I'm going to say new. I'm going to click on new. You can see, as you can get a picture of them if you have previews stored. Some of them don't, the list is there, but it hadn't stored things. But I'm going to go ahead now and choose new, even though I've done that already on the start tab. I'm going to say new, and it's going to pop into this using my previous drawing template, or actually now it's going to yeah, I don't know why it repeats it. It doesn't repeat it on the IntelliCAD version. So I'm just going back through this again. Just let's load up a new Carlson. National CAD Standards Civil Survey. All right, so now we're going to get to this point in the wizard, and it's asking us to provide some information. Remember our defaults that we set, I'd said I wanted to use a 30 scale. So if we change that to, let's say, a 50 scale. Now, notice what happened. These numbers over here are the actual ground distance, the drawing units of a height to set my text. And there's that word plot size, symbol plot size. Now, I'm not changing this at all. I'm keeping this to be 0.1. Remember, when it says plot size or it says scalar, I'm going to think in terms of plotted inches. If I plot my drawing at 1 inch equals whatever the scale is. So 1/10 of that, 50 feet, would be 5 feet. If I change this number to, let's say, 100 scale, you can see how these numbers get updated. So that's what Carlson hands to AutoCAD, whereas this, and I'm going to put this back to, say, 30 this time. Okay. And so now my projection system, again, I've got this, and again, I don't care much for this new way they've changed it. And predominantly because right here under this screen, it says the projection is net 83 Pennsylvania. Well, it didn't tell me which zone I'm in. So I'm going to choose that define, and I'll make sure I'm using the south zone. And I'll say okay to that. And it still doesn't report it here. It does it back in the settings, but it doesn't do it here. So anyway, now the project name, the job number, and project location, these are just text labels that you can use that will appear at the top of any reports you might run that will help you just keep track of some of that output. All right, there's a button that says skip the wizard next time. If you don't like using it, you can turn it off. Just make sure you do all this stuff separately. Now, here's why I like it. Now, I filled all this stuff out, and if I say next, I'm going to get an error. It goes, you're missing the drawing name. I go, oh, sure enough, I didn't come up here and give it a name. And right now I see the default drawing folder is C Carlson Projects. That's what was set by my defaults, but I'm going to put it in a different place. And I'm going to give it this drawing name, but I'm just going to go over and hit this set button so I can change to a different folder. And now this is the Carlson dialog, Carlson file dialog, where it says up at the top, it's asking you, it's telling you what it's looking for. It's looking for a file, drawing to create. Sometimes you'll see a new and existing tab, depending on what you're doing. And it puts in parentheses the allowable extensions on the file name. In fact, you don't even have to type those. It will automatically supply them. So if I want to change folders, I can pull this down and it keeps track of all my recent folders, but I want to go to a different one. So I'm going to start in Carlson Projects, and I look over here and I see this subfolders window. Remember that little title and the little frame around it. So these are all the subfolders. This window shows me all the files that are in this folder. And if I were to switch it to, say, that folder, so now under my subfolders, I've made a subfolder for this class called 2024-07-11 Fundamentals class. So I double click that. And I don't see any files in there yet, but I've also got a subfolder in that folder called Data Sets for Fundamentals class. I'll double click that. And now these are the 4 that I've got in there now. And if I were to choose one of these and hit open, it would ask me to overwrite that file. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to call this class example. Oops. Also wanted to show you something else too. So there it is. I'm in that folder now. I can pull this down and switch between these as I need, but this is going to always have me look for that based on another setting that we'll talk about in a second. So this window here shows you the current folder that you're in, the files in that folder. The window down below shows you the recent files that you have, regardless of which folder they came from. If you see this bottom one down here, A100 plans background, it came from this folder. I have no idea. Good Lord, that's a 6 megabyte file or yeah. It's not that huge, but anyway, it's quite a file. Let me come back to that. And so that's how this dialogue works. And also when I was picking like the centerline file to edit and you got that little preview, that's all the stuff that is available with Carlson's dialogue. Now you've always got the option when you get to these dialog boxes, if you don't like to use that, you can hit the browse button and that just puts you out into Windows. All right. So now you can pull the folder list down. You see the file of type, you'll see that, and that's the same as that up here at this top stripe. You give it a file name and off you go. Okay, so once you do that, if you hit this browse button and find your file and you say open, and it comes back to this, it just populates this field. You still have to hit the open button in this dialog here. All right, so now I've filled that out. I'm in the right folder, and I'm going to hit next at the bottom. And it's going to go to the next step in the process. And it says, okay, here's your data path. Remember, that's the folder I navigated to. I can change it at this point if I want to. And it's asking me for a coordinate file. And again, because this is a new file, I don't have one yet, and it's going to suggest I use one called classexample.crd. It's the same name as the drawing file name. It doesn't have to be. That's just what it's using by default. And, I could switch over here to hit the set button, and now you notice I've got new and existing tabs. Okay. But it says, okay, if that's the one you want, and let's assume it's going to be empty, then you can import points from a data collector, from a text file, from, I wish it didn't say current, I wish it said existing coordinate file, or currently existing coordinate file. But current file would indicate this file that you've selected up here. That's not what it means. It means another file that you have on your system. Okay, so you could import those and then it would branch you off into that import routine. I'm not going to do any importing. I'm just going to say none for import. I'm going to say next. Get off of that. Okay, so now we've created our file. It's in that particular folder. Up here at the top of the screen, it tells me what product I'm running, Carlson Survey 2024. I have a coordinate file called class example, and then I have my drawing file spelled out here across the rest of that. So that gives me some information there. Now, where all of that stuff goes is based on this settings. You can set your project data folders, or you can also get to it from Carlson configure like we did before, this project data folders. And you have these three different means. You have a project folder. We're going to be using this. We're going to stick with wherever the drawing goes is going to be where by default it starts to look for other files that are part of our work. You could have it also just go to some other named folder somewhere that's always in a particular location. That's the way the software worked way back in its first years. And every project, everything you ever worked on all went into a single location. Now we can follow the drawing. That's what this means. And then we also have this project folder, and I'll just show you real quickly what it does. You can go to this project subfolder setup button, and you can create a tree of folders and subfolders of what you want. Every time you create a new project, it's going to build this list for you and allow you to assign, if I go to the next button, data type subfolders. Here's all of my data types. And if I notice all the way down at the bottom, I've got 271 different file types. So let's go up here to say the coordinate files, the CRD, right here. And you can pull down this list, and of that list of folders that you just saw back where I defined that tree of folders, you can choose to go, whatever the project is, that's just a placeholder. It's going to have a subfolder called data, and data is going to have a subfolder called points, and that's going to be where it starts to look for points when you go to open a point file. Notice some of these are not set, they just say project. So you can always, when you run the command, you'll always be able to change it. These are just defaults. Now, again, we're going to come back and we're going to use this one. But even if you use it that way at your work, here's something really nice about this command or about that possibility. Let's say you get a file that's called a, let's say maybe a GI, you get a file with an extension called .gis, and you don't know what that means. What kind of file is it? Well, if you just go to your settings menu and you run this set project data folders, and just temporarily without saying okay, let's switch it to the project folder. And instead of worried about, building this list, and that's anything you want it to be, by the way, there's PDFs, deliverables, whatever. If you go to this data type subfolder, notice here, and you can restrict it to different categories. Let's go to all categories. And now all of those 271 files, I'll scroll down here and find that GIS, and you can sort by clicking on these titles up here. So if I go down here and find the GIS, right there it is, and I look over to the right and I see that that is a GIS feature definitions file. If I get a file that says HST, I know that's a horizontal speed table file. So this lets me look up, because every single one of those is documented under the description field. So it's a nice little way to just quickly go and find out what type of file it is. Maybe, switch it there temporarily, hit that button, go and look at it if you need to, and then leave it set to whatever method you're using, okay? So it just depends on how much you want to, structurize where your data goes. And again, all that does is set default locations. It doesn't force things there. It just allows you to start looking there. Okay, so there we go. Now, let's talk about points for a minute. I'm going to go back to my table of contents in my book. We've killed our settings sufficiently, I think, to leave it alone. And we're going to talk about points and point groups. And we see that Carlson does all of its work using just basic CAD entities. We talked about that earlier. And those CAD entities are points, lines, polylines, etc., circles maybe. But it uses tools and settings that we know, like center lines, property boundaries, things like that. And it gives them this intelligence, this extended data. So for example, a CAD point is just that, it's just a one-dimensional point. But Carlson can create that into a Carlson point, which is really a single entity, part of a larger object, okay, just a CAD block. And that contains the point entity, the CAD entity, an optional symbol, that's a block, a graphic block, and then it has another block of attributes that have point number, elevation, and description. And some of these others, like these northing and eastings, along with other user-defined attributes, we're not going to get into defining those user-defined, but you do have the option to make that a separate additional type of block. Okay, but right now the traditional block is point number, elevation, and description. Okay. See, and here's it. We're talking about likewise a connected series of lines an arcs made to hold all the inherent behavior and characteristics of a centerline alignment, annotated, reported on, etc. And it holds all that data in these external files. That was a .cl file. And then it will read that from those files if you ever need it. So for instance, remember when we drew, we went to the centerline menu and said, draw the centerline file. Now I started a brand new file now. So if I draw this centerline file, and if I go back here and navigate my way back to wherever it was I stored that file, there's that example 2, and hit open, well, it goes out there and read it. And I'm going to double click the wheel so it does a zoom extents. And there's that file as we left it and stored it. Okay, so that's another great way, another great reason that Carlson stores this data externally is in case you ever lose the stuff, you can recreate it. All right, so I'm going to take it and just delete it. I don't need it drawn there where we were. All right, so that's how all this stuff works. And so we're going to talk about these points and then some point groups. And then we're going to, next step is we're going to get into these surfaces and how to model the terrain and what all it means in building break lines and all the stuff that we're going to need. So here's their discussion. Right now, if I've got in my drawing this polyline called A, B, C to D, okay, no, it's, those are just little labels there for you in your book. It's just a single polyline. The question is, are there points at those locations, A, B, C, and D? And the answer is no, there are no points there. There's no CAD points there. There's no other anything. There's only a single polyline, which is just a group of 3 lines that are connected at their endpoints, okay? And by the way, Carlson really likes working with polylines. I almost never draw lines anymore. It's almost always a polyline. Because that's some commands won't work on lines. They have to be polylines, and you'll be notified if you ever run into that. But get in the habit of using polylines. It's probably a better practice. So now there are no actual point entities there. So if we wanted to put some points there, let's just go over into our drawing. I'm going to draw something that looks like that. I'm just going to say draw a 2D polyline, and there's that A to B to C to D. And I'm going to turn my line weight on. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see it. All right, so there's now that same figure, but that all it is, if I select this by dragging a window around it or dragging to the left to where it's a crossing selection, let's draw a window around everything. And if I look up here in my project, my properties now, and by the way, if you don't have your properties palette open, just right click the mouse and choose properties, and that will open it, and you can dock it on the side or wherever you like to put it. So I see that there's really only one thing in this drawing, and that is this polyline. So if I want points to go on those lines, I've got a couple of ways I can do that. If I want Carlson points, I would go to the points menu and I would say draw and locate points. And I would set up my symbol. I would set up, what layer I wanted to put them on down here at the bottom, what point number I wanted to start with. And then I would say screen pick, and I could snap to the endpoints of each of these lines and put a Carlson point there. But I can also simply run a CAD command called point. Okay, and so if I say point, it says specify a point. Well, I either have to type a coordinate or I can show it on the screen. So if I put my cursor up here and I hover over that polyline, it's going to show me some little snap locations that as long as you see that snap location, that's what it's going to use. So I'm going to go to that endpoint and choose and just click the left button. It's now put a point there. If I repeat that command, just right click and choose it. I'm going to put one there. I'll repeat that command again and put one there. I'll repeat the command one last time and put one there. Now I see that if I just draw a window around these two things, it's not going to include the polyline, but it's going to find these two items here. And if I look up here at the properties, I see I have 2 points there. Okay, so in fact, if I get rid of the polyline altogether, I have those points and you can barely see them on the screen. You see them there that they show up. They're just little dots. If I go to my settings menu, AutoCAD settings, and I'm going to set my point style. And this is a list of however ways you want the point style to look. So I'm going to choose that X, and there it's going to show you. So these are just points. Now, if I were to draw a polyline between these points, and if I go to snap, see, it can't find that endpoint because that's not really drawn graphics. That's just a symbol that represents the single entity of the point. If I wanted to start at that point, I have to come down here. I'm going to point down here at the bottom to my snapping group, and I would right click and choose settings. And I would have to turn on node. And so now when I hover there, you see, and I just touch the edge, it goes straight to the point right there. Okay. So I'm going to turn that setting back off. I don't generally like to have it on. I'll show you why in a minute because we had the other setting. All right, so now let's undo that. All right, so I've got these points and I've used that particular point symbol to see them. They're just CAD points. I'm going to go back and now turn that off, go to settings, AutoCAD settings, point style. And the one I want, I've got this first one is a little dot. The second one is nothing. And then you see all the different symbols you could use. So I'm going to use just this little dot. And there's those points. Okay, and so I'm going to go to my edit menu and I'm going to choose the erase button. I'm going to come down here and choose oops. And why did it not? Man. All right. Yeah, oops is supposed to have brought that back. Oh, well. I'll go ahead and leave my node on for a second. I'll just recreate that polyline. Now, I'm going to draw a window around the first 2 points and delete them. And then I'll draw a window around these 2 points and delete them. So now I'm back to where I just have that one drawn polyline. My line weight. Okay, so the other option is if I use Carlson points, I'm going to go to points and draw locate points. And I'll just take my default here. I'll leave that symbol. Or if you want to change it to a different symbol, let's come down and use these triangles. And I'm going to screen pick now because I've got my snap settings set to, I'm going to uncheck node, but I'm going to use this endpoint midpoint extension. I'll say okay. Now notice if I go right click my snapping, I've got this one called POINT. That is not the same as node. That is a Carlson specific one. We'll talk about that in just a second here. All right, so now it wants to know get rid of that. So where do I want to put my first point? So I'm going to hover to that endpoint. I'll click it. And it's going to ask me for an elevation. I'll just keep these at 0 and give it a description of, I'll just call it PT point. And I zoom in down there and I see, well, there it is, point number 1. And it still asks me down here, pick a point to create. So I'm going to pick that point. It's going to ask me for the elevation. Again, I'll just hit enter. Down at the command line, you see it's reading at 0. I'll hit enter. It wants to know the description. I'll say the same thing over again. And I'll repeat this for the remaining locations. All right, so now I've got 4 points. Now, suppose I wanted to draw a line between points 1 and 3. So if I go to draw, let's draw a 2D polyline again. And I'm going to, let's make this color green. Now I can do the same thing. I could hover over that endpoint to that endpoint. Or notice when you use the draw command from Carlson, I said draw 2D polyline. It gives you another option. Pick a point. So just on screen, and I could have picked that endpoint, with the snapping, or it says point numbers. So I can type 1, enter, 3, enter. Okay. And then I can hit enter to conclude the command. So now I've drawn that with point numbers. And that's the big advantage to Carlson draw commands, is that it lets you use point numbers and including sequential point numbers. All right, so now that's so I wanted to go from 2 to 4, but maybe I didn't want to type in a bunch of point numbers. Maybe they had real long point numbers. So if I go back to draw 2D polyline, say okay. Now instead of snapping to the endpoint of the line, maybe the line's not even there. But instead of typing the point number, enter, I want to go from point number 2 to point number 4. But if I hover like this, I run the risk of missing the point. And I'm snapping to see that right there, I snap to that endpoint because that's what my O snap is set to. So if I repeat that command, and this time, notice the difference. If I just hover the mouse over part of the point attributes, the point number or the elevation or the description, if I sit there and let it sit for just a second, it tells me that's point number 2. Here's your coordinates, there's your description, and it tells you the coordinate file it was found in and the command that was used to place it in the drawing, which was draw locate point. So now I can just click there. Notice there's a little blue target that lights up over where the point is. So I click there and it finds the point. I'll do the same thing over here for point number 4. And there it is. And I'll click that, and that does the same thing as setting your node snapping on, but it's a Carlson point snap. And that was, if you remember under settings, Carlson configure, survey settings, we said to turn on this automatic point object snap on. Okay, so that is set. You can turn that on and off 2 ways. You can go down here to your object. You can't do it from object settings. You'd have to uncheck it right here because the object settings kicks you into AutoCAD's, and there is no point in that list. But you can also go to the settings menu and this point object snap on and off. So if I turn it off there, you see it tells me the point object snap is now off. And so now if I draw a 2D polyline, if I hover over that part of that attribute, it's just going to read that location. So I would go back and go to settings and turn my point object snap on. So it's a toggle. as you run that. So now it is back on. And now it will work just by hovering and getting that location. Okay? So now I'm going to just select everything and delete it all. And we're going to go back here and talk a little bit more about this next here. And that's where we're talking about right here. We had the AutoCAD point entity, and the point object is the block of attributes and the symbol and the point entity. And here's a case where we have a block, point number, elevation, description, and the symbol, point. But here we've turned that point style on the AutoCAD point, and so it shows up like a little X like we had just a minute ago, but we still have the Carlson graphic block, which is the symbol, and the asset or the attribute block rather, which is those label points. Okay, so what can we use points for? What good are points? And it's, as you've seen, when we do certain commands in Carlson, when they ask you for a point on the screen, which is what AutoCAD does, and that's all that AutoCAD does, it says specify a point, and you can either type an X comma Y comma Z coordinate value, or you can click on the screen. But Carlson goes one further and it says pick a point or a point number. And so you can use point numbers, including ranges, and the ranges can even go backwards. And in fact, here is you could specify points here. When it says pick a point or point number, you could type this all in at one time and it would draw a line from 5 to 13 to 21 to 25, then to 30, then to 35. When I say 5 to 13, that means 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, etc. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 to 30 to 35. Okay, so they can be entered one at a time, or you can separate them by commas and put them together. So we're going to do this. So we're going to, in our new drawing that we've got set up, we're going to set the coordinate file to this one called exercise 1 coordinates. And we do that by going to the points menu and we set the coordinate file. So now this is going to be a different file than the one I've just been using. Make sure we're on the right tab. It is existing. And so this is exercise 1 coordinates. We open that. Oh, one thing I wanted to show you too. When we select these particular ones, notice the preview over here. It's not a graphic preview, but it does tell you about that file. It's got 1 to 22. There's 22 points in it. Here's one that's got 144 in it. Okay, so that's the one we're going to be using. We look up on the top stripe up here where it says CRD exercise 1 coordinates. So that's the file we have open. We can verify it by going to the points menu and choosing list points. We'll list them all. And there they are, 1 through 22. They just have coordinates, but no descriptions. You're allowed to have that, so that's fine. Now, they're not in our drawing anywhere. We just opened the file. So let's draw them in the drawing. And if you go to the points menu now and draw locate points, that's a combination command. It lets you draw points. And I'm going to set this back to my little plus mark. So it lets us draw these points, starting with a particular point number. If I were going to create, remember the command is draw, locate. Locate means you're going to create new points. Draw means you're going to draw existing points. Well, if I were creating new points, it knows I've used 1 to 22 already. And so I can start with 23 by default, or I could say maybe change that to 101. And then it would increment as we go along. Okay, but I'm just going to draw and not locate. And I'm going to come down here at the bottom. I can change the layer. I can put it on a layer based on the point's description, which I don't have any descriptions. Again, you can set the symbol size, the point size, all of these different things that you can do. And I'm going to now choose, you can draw a range of points or just say draw all. If I draw all, it's going to draw the points. I'm going to double click the wheel on the mouse and you can see you've now got points 1 through 22 drawn in the drawing. Now, if you had to locate this, for instance, I'm going to just copy that text and I'm going to draw a polyline, 2D polyline. I'll keep it the same thing. And I'm going to say, okay. And now when it prompts me to give a point number, I'm just going to click down there and choose right click, paste. Okay. And so what did that do? I'm going to hit enter to finish. What I put in there was starting at 5, going to 13, skipping to 21 to 25, 30, and 35. So I started here at 0.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then it went from 13 all the way down to, what did it do here? Let's see, to 13. Oh, 21, 22. And I said 23, 24, 25, 30, and 35, but it ended at 22. So it had nothing to draw to. So it just stopped there. So it was no problem. Okay, so that was done there. You could also have simply typed 1-22 and it would have gone entirely in sequence. Now you can do that and I'll make a yellow line this time. So you can combine that. I'm going to draw now. I'm just going to draw some random points here. I'll maybe snap to that point and say snap, and I'm hovering, and there's 0.3. And now I'm going to say go from 4 through 15. So there it goes, and now it stopped at 15, and I'll click over here, and then I maybe say 20. Let me undo that. Let's go 20 to 16. Now notice I'm doing backwards. So it goes 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, and click a couple points. Okay, so this line work was created with a lot of help with these Carlson point numbers. And they can be mix and match. You can click a point on the screen, you can snap to something, you can give point numbers. It all works. And that's why the Carlson draw commands are so much more powerful than, say, just drawing a standard polyline in AutoCAD, because then you would have to snap to the nodes and all that kind of stuff. You don't have that fast control over those points. Okay, everybody follow that? Now, another thing is, and there's a little hint right here. It says you've got a shortcut. Instead of setting the file with the point set coordinate file, I always do that just so I know what I'm doing. But here's your shortcut. You could just go straight to draw locate points. And first of all, if you don't have a point file open, it will prompt you. But even if you do, so let's do this. So let's say draw locate points. Up here, you see that file name at the tippy top? I can at that point set and go to a different file, open that, and I'm going to say draw range, and I'm going to say just 1 to 10. Okay, now that's 1. Now notice I've got a point number 1 here that came from my other file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And here I've got points 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've got duplicate points with the same point numbers. Now, if I were to double click this point, because I'm currently in, you see up here, I'm in exercise 2. If I double click that and it loads up the editor, it knows where it is. Okay, so that was point number one from that file. If I go to this point number one and double click it, it says, warning, the screen point differs from the coordinate file by 1185.5 feet. Choose which coordinate you want to edit, either the screen coordinate or the file coordinate. All right, now I'm going to press escape to just get out of that. So I've got a conflict in my drawing. I've got 2 point number one, and they came from two different files. So there's a way to resolve those is under our points, there's some utilities at the bottom where you can update the drawing from the coordinate file, or you can update the coordinate file from the drawing. You can also, all of these utilities are available in this coordinate file utilities, where you can do things like update the drawing from the coordinate file, update the coordinate file from the drawing. You can also run reports and say, you know, point number report, and just say all of them. And let's use the screen as the source for getting them. And we'll just grab all the points. Selected points, I had point number one, then one and two, then two to three, and three to four. You see the duplication that's involved there. I've got 32 points. I had 22 plus 10, so there were some duplicates there. It would list those, and you can also look for duplicate points. If I choose that, just report on them, and let's check all of them, 1 to 44, 144, I'll say okay. And, oh, okay, that's just looking, that didn't make sense. Let's see if I duplicate points. Delete or average them. So if you said average, it would find the difference between one and a one and find the average. Otherwise, it just reported, but that only looked at our one file. So that's maybe not, oops. So if I look for compare points, sources in the drawing, let's see what this is going to do. Report the coordinates, let's say, okay. There we go. So now point number 22 in one instance from the drawing is that value. From the coordinate file is that value. Okay, so there's your differences. You know, they're all going to be different. They're all going to be doubled up through 22. 1 through 22, if I get that up on the bottom of the screen here so you can see. So one has two, each of these are duplications. Now, if I were to switch back, I'm going to set this coordinate file, choose open coordinate file, go back to coordinates and say compare points. Now I've only got duplication of those first 10 because I brought in 10 from that second file. But 11 through 22, there's only why didn't it find 11 through 22? Oh, because I took it from the drawing. If I compare points, let's use the source points for comparison. Comparing a coordinate file with the drawing. Oh, I know why it only went to that 10 because those are the duplications. And down here are the 22s. And notice here, because we switched back, the drawing and coordinate file are the same. That's why it didn't report them, because they matched, because I set those back. But the first 10 were different. So here you see number 10 and number 7. They're all different. And then down below there, you see all the ones that are the same. Okay, so it can get confusing, but it's there. You've got this point history button again, from the settings, we said maintain the point history. And so here's now point number 10. If I double click that, it gives me, there's no history on those. It should bring up the command that was used to set those with. Like if I moved a point or did a draw locate, it should show those. But in any case, you can set down through a particular one and then undo that particular point. If I double click and it says undo through selected. So it would go all the way down here and undo all those actions. I mean, nothing selected. It needs to have the command show up, and they're not showing up because I've done some different manipulations. In any case, suppose, let's see, now we moved these points. Let's do this, adjust coordinates, move points. I'm going to just grab these points. Let's see, select the point. I'll go there to there. And here to here. Let's put him way out here. And I'm just going to grip edit and update the file. Notice now it pulled the line work with it. And so now if I go back to my points, coordinate file utilities, and do my point history, you should be able to see, no, it's not showing. Maybe I have to do it to these points here. I moved 18. And I'm going to move 14. Yeah, there we go. So I edited the drawing for those 2 points. So now I could come down here and find 14 and different, if I had more than one command on there, I could go down to the last command that something happened. So let's say you had a bunch of points and somebody in the company, say, did some edits on that particular point, and you say, oh, that was wrong, that we need to set that back to the way it used to be, but you don't know where it used to be. So you can find down to that last command, select it, and then double click it and then undo it, and it would put it back where it's supposed to be. Okay. Now I'm going to just select everything here and delete it all. And again, I've got things in the coordinate file. They're not in my drawing, and I'm back at coordinate file exercise 1. I'll just do my points, draw locate. I'll draw all. So now they are there. Okay, so you get an idea of how those points are done. Let's see if now my coordinate file utilities history. Yeah, see, it's keeping, let's see, point number 10, for instance. Yeah, there's no command there, just from the draw locate. So, but it still kept these 2 things here. So you can, look at the details report. All right, so right here it says on this date and time, point 14 was changed from a drawing edited, links were on, the user was Ken Crawford. So if you're a manager and you're in charge of a bunch of surveyors, you can go in and find out who made the bad edit and go and fire them. If you are that employee that's in danger of getting fired, you can come here, and if you look at that report that you saw with this user named Ken Crawford, you could actually open that file. So I'm going to go to my, I'll exit this. I'm going to go to my inquiry, and I'm going to display edit a file, and I'm going to make sure I'm in my location. I don't see that file listed here, but if I choose browse and change this type to all, I'm going to find the file. Let me sort by type. I want to find that file that has a .his on it. Right there it is. If I open that file, well, they fixed that. Used to be, oh, there it is. So it's no longer just a text file, but I could come in here and I see this. So I could go in here and change this to be, whatever the login name is for that particular person. Let's do that again. Sorry, Brian, I'm picking on you. Now, they used to do all that, and I'm going to go ahead and save that. They used to do that with just text files, so I wonder if that was part of the problem. So now I go to my history. See, it's still keeping that. You used to be able to go through and edit that and change somebody else's name so that they get fired, not you. Any case, you're not getting fired over moving the point. But you see how some of those little things that are working in the background are going to be helpful. Now, there's some other things as well that you can do with these points. For instance, if you go to the draw menu, and we've been looking at this draw 2D polyline. Well, let's come all the way down here and draw a polyline. Now, this is a standard AutoCAD polyline draw, or we could say draw a polyline by nearest found. So if I do that, I want to do a 2D polyline, maximum separation 1,000 feet. I'm going to say my description match. I'll just leave it as that. I'll put it on a particular layer. I can set and choose a particular layer, or I can type a layer name here called nearest, and it will create it for me. So I'm going to say, okay. And it says now select a point from the screen or by point number. So I'm going to choose by screen. And I'm going to say, just consider these points right here. And hit enter. And there it goes. It draws. And I didn't have to look at the point numbers and try to figure out the ranges. It did it by those nearest points found. Okay. Now, my question is, does that constitute yeah. When it does that, it does not create that line based on points. So that point linking doesn't work for that because that's just drawing the standard AutoCAD polyline and it just found those locations. So it didn't do it. It didn't update. Whoops. Let's see something. When you move that, it actually locks it at that. It doesn't lock it at the point location. So it just goes to that grip. So if I would have to do that the way I want to do it, I would have to go adjust coordinates, move points. So I'm going to move 0.17, and now it's going to go to back to the point location. Okay, that's interesting. All right, so hopefully you can see what points can be very helpful, particularly if you're in the survey side of things, where all of the points we collect in the field, they're going to come in as a file full of points with point numbers. And then we're going to need to know, based on descriptions and things like that, how to connect up the lines. Let's say all of the edge of pavement lines, we want to draw the edge of the pavement. So we would, draw, we could do that, say, that same thing that we just did by nearest found, and we could say, all of the EP points here for description match, something like that. You can always use that to help you draw things in your file. Okay, so that should be some useful examples. Now you can also, we drew a 2D polyline between those points, and they didn't have any elevation. If those points had elevations, that 2D polyline would still be down at 0, but it would use the XY or the northern easting location, but it wouldn't read the elevation. If, however, we used a 3D polyline that we drew, it would read the point elevations from those Carlson point blocks and set the elevations of those vertices, those vertices, the vertex points, and it would, set the elevations based on the elevations of those particular points. And let's see. Oh, never mind. I just lied to you. I said they didn't have elevations. They do have elevation. They just don't have description. So if I do a 3D polyline, and I'm going to uncheck the prompting, I'll say, okay. And let's go from, say, 14 to 22. Now, when I select that and I look over here in my properties and I start with vertex number 1, see it has an elevation vertex Z of 154. And I'll just step through all of these. So it's reading, so that's 158, 309 or 31. That's 159, 95. Okay, so it is actually establishing that line through those particular points. If I select those and then read those up there, and you see what happens. In plan view, it looked all fine, but look at that. You see that particular point had an elevation of 0 because I moved it out there into open space. So it dropped its elevation. And so when it drew this line, it went down to 0. Now see, I'm here looking at it, straight on the edges of it. So it's got a bad point, even though in plan view, nothing showed up. Okay, it looked like everything was fine. And so that's one of the things that you're going to have to get used to doing, is looking at this stuff in 3D to make sure something hasn't happened like that. And so if you look on the view menu, now I did that with the hold the shift key down and use the wheel on the mouse, and that's one way that you can do it in the CAD editor. But if you go to this view menu and you get used to this 3D view, drawing viewer and surface file viewer, we're going to learn to use that really deeply as we start into our surface building work. So I'm going to say drawing viewer instead of surface file. I can build a surface file. So I'm going to now select the objects. So I'm going to just grab these objects, hit enter. And it's going to put me in this resizable, dockable thing. And notice I've also got this switch right here that says ignore zeros, or I can uncheck it and I can get the 0 Or if I keep it checked, you see, then it ignores that point down at 0. And so if I'm looking at it in plan view, it looks fine there in plan view. But if I go to my settings tab and I want to say a bounding box, I'm going to say a box. And now if I look at this and spin it around, I say, oh, okay, there's where that point is bad. And so I know I need to set the elevation of this point to be something specific. Okay. So I'm going to actually go back to my points, ordinate file utilities. I'm going to go through my history and I'm going to find where I moved that point. All right, let's go down to point 17. There we go. Move points. See, these are all elevation 0. So I'm going to go all the way down to that one and say undo through selected. Yep. And I'll close and I'll exit. And now 17 has its elevation back. See, it's pulled the line down. And now if I select this stuff and I go to my 3D viewer, now I have this on a toolbar called Surface. Right there's my viewer that looks like a 3-color cube. Or I can go to View, 3D View, Drawing Viewer. And now when I see that, let me turn that box off and then back on. Oh, still thinks there's something down there. Wasn't there. Something somewhere. Yeah, see that has a find. No, there's nothing. Didn't find anything. Back to my top view. If I view that again, it's weird because it thinks there's something. Oh, I think I know why. Because if I say ignore 0, there it is. So otherwise it's including down to 0. If I say ignore 0, now you can see that it's everything is fitting within that particular box. So that's another way that we use these tools, and that lets you spin it around and look at it and do everything, check your stuff without having to reset your CAD view out here in the CAD side of things, okay? So the next little exercise, we want to talk about point groups. And so we can make groups of points and give them names and use those to help us, instead of typing a bunch of point number ranges, we can actually create a group called that particular range of points, and we don't have to keep track of it, but it's going to be based on however we make these points. So we're going to open this drawing file called civildemo.dwg. So I'm going to take my class example, I'm going to close it. I'm not going to save it. I'm going to close my drawing one. Not going to save that. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to choose open. Okay. What happened? I think Zoom does this to my system as it really slows down the file open dialogues. I restarted it over a break and it seemed to clear it. There we go, finally. Now I'm going to have to navigate my way to my location there because this is just a pure Windows open straight from AutoCAD. I'm going to Carlson projects, fundamentals class, my data sets, and there's civil demo. I'm going to open that file up and there it is. Now, I've got a number of things in this file. You see some contour lines, you see the edges of the road, you see the property lines, you see driveways, you see buildings. This is actually it's called perimeter. And it is basically, that's the bottom of the fill slopes on the roads and stuff like that. So you got that drawn in the drawing. You could either delete it or, in fact, I'm just going to select it and delete it. So now, let's say this is a property boundary. Now I'm going to, I want to turn off some of this stuff that's sort of in my way, and I'm going to limit this to just the boundary because I want to set the property corners on these locations. So on our view menu, we have these different commands right in here where we can isolate layers, restore layers, freeze layers by pick, etc. And they're also on this layers toolbar, which is up here. And there's the one that says isolate layers. So we're going to isolate a couple of layers. So under view, isolate layers, I'm going to choose the outside boundary and the lot lines. And I'll hit enter. And so now that's what I want to set all my points on. And notice if I select this, you see right here is going to be one of my property corners because I'm coming off of an arc to that location. Same thing right here. And it might be hard to find these particular points if you're trying to set points and snap to endpoints all the way around things, which you could do. But this is going to make things fairly easy to do. We have points already made. If I look up here, I've got a coordinate file that says none. CRD says none. So I'm going to go to my points menu. I'm going to set my coordinate file. And I'm going to set it to this exercise 2, 144 points, and open that. Now, I hope I haven't. Oh boy, I've moved some points, I think. All right, let's go to list points. It was like points 17 and 18. I think it may have moved. They're just building points. All right, so I think we're all right. All right, so let's go to the points menu now, and let's talk about this points group. So we'll choose the point group manager. And as part of that, you see there's nothing in here yet, and you've got your own little couple of menus in here that are same commands as you see on the points menu. But we can create a point group. We'll use the buttons down below. That'll work too. So if I create a point group, let's make this one a group called prop cores, property corners. That'll be our group. Okay. And so you can set your groups of points based on inclusion or exclusion. So I'm going to say inclusion. I'm going to uncheck include all. And I'm going to come down here and I'm going to choose description. And I'm going to say set from a list. And I'm going to find all of the descriptions that probably relate to whether it's a boundary point. So I've got some points that say BDY on them. So that's going to be one. I'll just choose that one. And notice I'm not going to use these radius points because that would be the radius points of those long arcs. And I've got building. And again, you can sort by these buttons at the top. So it's usually best to sort by description. So I've got some edge of pavement. I don't need those. I've got P core for property corner. So now I've already selected that one, BDY. I'm going to scroll down here and choose one of the P cores. I'm going to hold the control key and select it. So now no other descriptions, P core and BDY. And I'm going to say, okay. And now there's a group called prop cores. I'll save that. And I see I've got a group called property corners that only includes BDY and P core. Okay. You can edit those definitions. You see right there, if you know the descriptions, you can type them separated by commas. You can use wildcards. So if you say P core asterisk, that means anything that starts with P core and includes anything else after it, I would save. And now you're going to see it picked up those. Oh, there weren't any. So let's change the asterisk from there to over here, BDY asterisk, and save. And now you see it picked up these radius points. All right, well, I don't want those in my group. So I'm going to edit one more time to take the asterisk back out and say save. Now I've got all the property corners and the boundary points from my point list. And so I can do a number of things with that. If I list my points, I can list a point group. So if I choose that point group, there it is. I could even choose this button right here to output to the screen. And I can come over here. And then when I exit the report, there it is now. Obviously I need to have a different font and all that kind of stuff set, but it's just a text file. If I select everything, you know, I can set these. And if I select all, I'm going to even, I'll change that to be somewhere I've got a monospace. Text, let's use. Here's a monospace there. So then now they're all evenly lined up. Now I would need to, you know, go bump those over, you know, to line up the right edges, you know, so there's no need to get all that involved with it, but you can do that and actually list a bunch of points in your drawing if you needed to show, you know, points or any report has that output capability to the screen. All right. So now we have the group of points called prop cores or whatever it's called. So what else can we do with that in the drawing? And this is something kind of neat. If you go to the points menu and you choose draw locate points. Now this time you can set, so let's set a point. I'm going to pull this down and choose points plus wipeouts. And I'm going to choose that round circle, and it includes a wipeout. You're going to see what advantage it has in just a minute. All right, so that's where I'm going to use. I'm going to set my layer to be let's give it something, say property corners. That'll be the name of the layer. And if I do that, and if I just hit draw a point group, it's going to draw everything, the descriptions, elevations, etc. But if I uncheck my descriptions, my elevations, and my point numbers, and now I'm going to choose draw point group, choose my property corners, say okay. And yeah, no, there's one that I moved. That was point number 5. And that oh, I see where that's supposed to go. If I go to just move points, I'm going to move this point to right there. So it's back where it needed to be. Losing the, one missing. Wherever that one came from. Anyway, disregarding those, you can see if I hadn't moved the points around, you see it found all of the points, even the ones that are, you know, not directly on the endpoint. There, I see it. And that is still a Carlson point. This is the one down here. Okay, yeah, so now everything's where it's supposed to be. I've now created all of my property corners and drawn them into my drawing file. There's one that I probably didn't have listed, so I would just create a new point and put it there at that corner, unless I moved one of the points, okay? Now, I'm going to go back to my view menu, and instead of isolating layers, I'm going to restore layers, so it's going to put everything back on. So now I've drawn these points, and you can see that little squared off looking thing, that's a wipeout that hides the drawing. See that drawing, that goes there, but the wipeouts are hiding what's underneath it. Now, right now you see the edges of the wipeout, but if I type wipeout FR or for wipeout frame, right now it's set to 1. I'm going to set it to 0. So now we don't see the frame of the wipeout, but you see the results of it still. And that's just a CAD command. That's not anything to do with Carlson. But there we go. We've got it. We don't have point numbers displayed. I've got all my lots. And here's lot 78 and lot 79, but it's missing the lot line between the two. Okay, so how would we set that? Because if I look at this arc, now it has a midpoint, but it's over here because it goes from this point here at 81 to this point down here at 78. But I want to be able to draw the property line between 78 and 79. And the assumption would be that it's either, it's going to be radial to the line. And again, that's another arc. What's missing? That point right there too. So I would set a point on that. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that's the midpoint. But there should be a point. Yeah, so there should be a point right there. One of these points here too. So it obviously was not in the coordinate file, but it should have been. But now, so here's a couple of other tools that you can use to make some edits to your drawing. So I want to draw this property line between these two lots. So how am I going to go about doing that? And now, obviously, if these lots existed, they would have a deed and there would be, I would not be able to decide where to draw the line. I would have to draw it based on that deed description. But if we didn't have it, we're just designing the subdivision. We want to be able to draw the line as to where it needs to go. And we're going to assume that we're just going to split the difference between of this figure. Now it's bounded on two sides by arcs, but I can't use the midpoint of the arcs because it's a long arc. I need to be the midpoint of the part of the arc from this corner to this corner. Same thing from this corner to this corner. I need the midpoint of that portion of the arc. Now there's two ways you can do that. You can go to Edit, copy a polyline section, and you could copy that particular polyline from 78 over to 79, and it would only recreate that, and then you could use those midpoints. That's one way. There's an even easier way without having to create the extra geometry and have to throw it away. And that's this way. So I want to create, that's on a layer. Notice if I hover the mouse, it tells me that layer is called lot lines. So that's a layer I want to be on. So I'm going to say, come up here and choose, oops, sorry, not the color, but the layer. I'm going to switch to lot lines. Or let's not even do that. Let's leave it back at 0, but I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. And this dialog box is going to come up. Now, if you don't see this dialog box when you run the command, that means it's going to be something like this. I'm going to choose the command, and it's just asking me for points. Well, I'm going to type O for options down here to get that up because I like to see that to control some things. So I'm going to say set the color, and my color is going to be by layer. And the layer I want it on, I'm just going to pick that. So whatever that layer was, it's going to go on lot lines. The color would be by layer, all that. So if I say, okay, now I need to draw this line. If I want to go from the halfway point along that arc between those two corners, I've got a particular snap that I can use, and I'm going to hold the shift key down and right click the mouse, and I'm going to choose this one called midway between 2 points. And I'm going to choose that, and it says, okay, show me the first point. I'm going to just hover over that till the end point snap shows. It wants to know the second point. I'm going to hover over that line and choose that. Now notice it's not on the arc, but that's okay. And now where do I want to go? Well, I want to do the same thing, midpoint between those other 2 points. So I'll hold the shift key and right click the mouse and go mid between. I'll choose that corner and now that corner. Okay, so now how do you fix this? It's just a CAD edit. And we need to trim off that little piece there, and we need to extend that little piece there. And so you can do that a number of ways. You can select this and choose trim and then pick that off. And then you can select this and choose the command extend. And that you can get from your modified menu like I've got over here on the right. Or I think if you right click, does it, the IntelliCAD version puts those on this menu, but it doesn't, but that's all right. So there's another, it's again, a CAD command, and it has to do with trimming. And if you type TR for trim, and if you hit enter, now is where you would normally select your pieces, but there's an automatic mode to this. And notice it says select the objects to trim or shift select to extend. So right here's the one I want to trim. So it's going to trim it back until it hits something, and it can keep going. You see if I select it, it trims wherever it finds it. So if I trim this, it cuts it off. And now I want to extend this out here. So I have to hold the shift key down and click. And hit enter to finish. So that now extended up to here, and it trimmed it back to there. And now it's half and half between the two. Okay. Now it's questionable if this arc is concentric to this arc, which it might be, I don't know, then that would set the direction. So I'm going to draw another long line. I'm going to make this one sort of bright orange so you can see it. And I'm going to go from this point here. I'm going to hold the shift key down and right click and choose perpendicular. I'm going to choose that arc. And I'll hit enter. Now I'm going to zoom way in tight here, and I'm going to see, well, apparently those two arcs were concentric, so it did happen to line up correctly. Okay, so just a couple of other little ways you can check on things. Another thing is you can isolate these two parcels, and if you have the survey module, which I do here, one of the area layouts that you can do are these adjustments, adjust areas by this hinged area or a sliding side, that kind of stuff, where you can give it a target lot acreage or square footage, and you can let it either swing by holding a point. It'll swing this back and forth until it matches the size that you're wanting, that sort of thing. Okay. Now let's go back to the points menu and go to Point Group Manager, and let's create another group. And we're going to call this group Buildings, BLDGS. I'm going to uncheck Include All. And for my description, I'll set from the list. And I'm going to find there's building. I'll say OK. I'll save that and OK. So now I've got a group called Buildings that's just these house locations, right? And so if you want to see where those are, we can actually locate those points. I'm going to now go back and set this. I'll pull this down and go back to points. And I'm just going to use this little X. I'm going to turn back on the elevations, point numbers, and descriptions. You have to turn point numbers on before descriptions will come up. So I'm going to put those back, and I'm going to put this on a layer called building corners. I'm going to draw a point group. There's my buildings. I'll say okay. And there they are, complete with elevations. So you can see what the finished floor elevations for those buildings are as well. Okay, now let's suppose you have some points and you want to keep the points and use the descriptions as part of your drawn map. Well, if you look at this, that's a ugly ass looking set of letters, right? And that's because these points are created with a specific point style. And if it's not predefined in your drawing template, which this one was not, it creates it on the fly when it draws the first point. So we can now change that. If you go to your draw menu under text and choose set style, or just type the style command at the command line, you can see these particular styles have been chosen. And the one that it creates is called PTXT. So if I select it here, and I look over there and you see a little preview, and it's using that shapefile called TXT. Well, I'm going to maybe come up here and I'm going to set it to, one I like is Calibri Light. And I'm going to say apply and close. And now it is redefined that. So I could then freeze. I'll go to view, freeze layer by pick. I'm going to pick on the point number and the elevations. So now I've got these. And if I needed to move that attribute around, I would go to points, move point attributes. And I could say, put this, off to the side or something to rearrange and make those. So you wouldn't do that, of course, for all your buildings, but you might do it for, say, your property corners. Maybe that the description on that property corner, instead of just saying BDY, maybe it said, 5/8 inch iron rod set, and you want that to show up on your map. Well, then you could leave that description showing. And in this case, we drew the points without the descriptions and the point numbers and elevations, but you could do those and then freeze the point number and elevation layers, and you're left with just the descriptions. So if I go back to my layers and I see the ones that I've frozen, here's one called point elevation. I'm going to thaw that one. There's my point numbers. I'll thaw that one. So what that's done is turn those back on. Now, let's say I'm going to select these, right click and choose isolate objects. So I just got those particular objects showing. Now that was not a layer isolate. Those were selected objects. And so if I wanted those to see, but I want these points to, you see how they're over top of each other and they're hard to read? One of the great commands under the points menu, and it's everything down below this line has to do with those overlaps. And you can fix the point overlaps and it will do it quasi automatically for you. But simply, I'm going to move the point attributes with a leader. And if I select one point there, let's say that one, and maybe pull this one out as well. This one. So you get the idea. Okay. Now, those points, 19, 20, 21, 16, if I were to do a crossing selection, so let's see, 16, 17, 18. I'm going to erase them from the drawing. They're still in my file, of course. So now if I go to points, draw locate points, and this time I'm going to say draw a range, and I'm going to say 16 to 22, I think it was, except just 22. Oh, first of all, before I did that, draw locate points. One of the things that you can do if you have duplicates, you can either allow them, you can erase and redraw, or only draw the new ones. So that's what that one's going to be, is erase and redraw. And I'm going to draw a range of 16 through 22. Okay, so the IntelliCAD version asks if you want to restore where you've moved that attribute out with the leader. So it will prompt you if you want to do that, and it will put them back to where you moved it the last time you edited the points. All right, so just a couple of ways to manipulate. I'm going to, at this point now, right click and choose isolate again and end my object isolation. So I'm now back where I was. Bunch of points. I can stake out those buildings based on those points number as I go. If I want to send my crews out to go stake these points out, I might give them just a subset of those points. And I might go to my coordinate file utilities, and I might say import export points, or map, let's say import export coordinate points, export points from the current file. And I'm going to put these in a new file, and let's call it building stakeout. Well, I'm going to use a group of my buildings, say okay, exit that. And now I'm still in my original file, but if I switch to that coordinate file, my stakeout points, and then just list my points, just list them all, I see I've got, starting with point 16 down through 144, those are the points I'd need to stake out. I would also maybe want to look at this 129, 33, 132, because they all had 0 elevation. All right. So how do you find that in this mess of points? If I go to my inquiry menu, because I'm going to ask a question about stuff in my drawing, and I'm going to choose find points. And let's go by N for number. So we type in, we hit enter. And what's the point number, or a range of point numbers? Yeah. 129 through 132, I thought. So it shows, down there they are, and that's on that building. And that's why, so it doesn't have a finished floor. In fact, it's on a layer called trench. It probably didn't need to have building points put on that trench. So that would let me fix that. But now my surveyors have a coordinate file to go out and stake that I've limited to just those in a point group. Okay. So you should get a sense of the power of using these point groups by some of those things, and how you can use them to help really produce a map quickly. Remember turning on and off point numbers and descriptions and elevations if that's what you intend to do. All of that's controlled under that draw locate points. Now, one last thing on the points we haven't talked about are these point defaults. And these are some things that you can set up ahead of time as your default condition. Now, remember, the first time I chose draw locate point, it had a circle. That's because it saved that from the last time I ran draw locate points. But right now, these are the defaults, and I can set a particular layout, attribute layout ID to get that lined up on the left edges. You can tell it you want to use descriptions and elevations, etc., or not. So this is very much like the draw locate points dialog box, but this just sets some default behavior that you can override in your draw locate points. Okay. So any questions at any of that stuff? Everybody good? All right. We are approaching the end of a day. I will not run you over your time, so you can go ahead and finish up your day. And if you're like me, you got a day's worth of work to catch up on. So what we're going to do then tomorrow is the rest of this stuff, and we're going to see some of these commands. Now, this is what we've done today, but we're going to talk about terrain modeling because that's a really big thing that we want to be able to do. We want to model these surfaces, and we're going to talk about, you know, what break lines are, how to use them, how to do them correctly, how to use the 3D viewer, how to, you know, put boundaries around things, how to visualize and look at the resulting surfaces. Here I am in that 3D viewer window, and I've got it set on for color. So it gives you a sense of, you know, what that can make. We're going to learn all of that stuff pretty deeply. And then we're going to go through this little routine of building that stockpile, computing some volumes, creating a borrow pit out of it, and a little haul road that goes up to it. So we're going to get a chance to use all of those different tools and, you know, wrap it up at the end of the day with a little finished project that we can be done with. If you want to see what that looks like based on the last time I did that, that's some of these screen captures from. If you go to AutoCAD and you choose open and go into your stuff, here is the example one starts off with from there, but we're going to use example one completed, and we'll open that. And that's just asking about a coordinate base. So, you know, here's a bunch of contour lines, and I'm going to set their dash patterns down a little bit here, like half the size. There we go. So there's my contour lines. Here's my edges of pavement, and my I've got these as finished contours here. I could set those. What is that? That's 395. All right, and we'll just change those colors to be, you know, so those are my grading contours. And you can see how they come up to the edges of the road and cut back. So, you know, so we're going to wind up with that, something that looks like what you're seeing here. There's the outlines of things. Okay, so that'll all be part of what we get a chance to do throughout the day tomorrow. So it's going to be mostly spent on learning to model surfaces, but then also learning how to do some of these drawing manipulations and some of the grading design to merge surfaces together, etc. Okay. So any questions? Everybody good? All right. I will see everybody tomorrow at 9. I will send you out a new link after class today. I'll just resend that. I think we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. There was one person that we thought had signed up. I think she dropped out of the class. That did not show up. That was on our list, but that's fine. So I will send you guys all a new link for tomorrow's session, and it'll hold, until you get it, but I'll send it tonight. After class sometime, just check your email and it will be in there waiting for you for tomorrow. Okay. So with that, I will stop our share and I'll stop the recording.